What if the whispers of ancient gods were more than mere stories, echoing through time to warn humanity of a dark fate? As storm clouds churned above the crumbling ruins of a forgotten temple, an unsettling truth loomed just beyond the threshold of history's grasp. The air crackled with tension, a tangible reminder that the past was not so distant, and the very fabric of reality could unravel at any moment. In the flickering shadows, shimmering glyphs, a language long buried, began to pulse with life, their meanings thrumming like a heartbeat beneath layers of dust. Each symbol held a promise or a curse, a key to secrets that had turned empires to ash and heroes into legends. The ground trembled, a whisper of dread echoing in the depths, as though the earth itself sensed the approaching storm. What had been silenced for millennia now stirred, restless and hungry, waiting for its moment to rise. As the first drops of rain splattered against the stones, a figure emerged from the darkness, shrouded in a tattered cloak that seemed to absorb the very light around it. With every step, the figure exuded an urgency, an unspoken sense that time was slipping away. Eyes glinting with a mix of fear and determination. They bore the weight of knowledge that could tip the scales of fate. The gods had spoken, and their words were a portent of calamity. There was no turning back. Lightning cracked across the sky, illuminating the temple's jagged silhouette, revealing the enchanted altar at its center. Engraved with the names of those who had come before, it whispered tales of love, betrayal, and revenge that had long been forgotten by the world. Each name was a thread in the tapestry of existence, woven together by the hands of the divine. Yet the past was not merely a memory, it was a warning, a clenched fist poised to strike at the heart of the unwary. The figure paused, breathless, as they reached for an artifact buried among the ruins, its surface glistening with an otherworldly glow. This was no ordinary relic. It was a symbol of power coveted by gods and demons alike. The air thickened with anticipation, the shadows deepening as if the temple itself were holding its breath. What horrors and wonders would this object unleash? What destinies would intertwine in the chaos that followed? Thunder rolled, and the ground quaked once more, this time with a force that threatened to swallow everything in its path. The air was charged, electric with the promise of upheaval. As the figure clutched the artifact, a chilling realization settled in. The balance of the world hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of revelation. Ancient mythologies were not just tales, they were warnings, and unearthing them could either save humanity or plunge it into darkness. What terrible truth would be unveiled when the past collided with the present? The walls of time were crumbling, and with each heartbeat the horizon darkened, foreshadowing a storm that would shake the very foundations of existence. In this moment, a single question loomed larger than the tempest itself. Would humanity heed the warnings of its ancestors? Or would it be consumed by the very secrets it sought to uncover? In the flickering light of a fire, shadows danced against the rugged cave walls, casting shapes that twisted and turned like the ancient stories themselves. The crackling flames whispered secrets of creation, of gods and monsters, of love and betrayal. A child, wide-eyed and innocent, sat transfixed by the tales spun by the elder, whose voice wove through the air like a silk thread, binding the past to the present. The air crackled with anticipation as the elder began to recount the story of a great hero who battled a fearsome beast. A tale that echoed the fears and dreams of the people huddled close, seeking warmth and wisdom. Every culture, from the icy tundras of the north to the sun-baked deserts of the south, birthed myths that shaped its identity. These stories emerged not from mere fantasy but from the very core of human experience. They were the first attempts to make sense of the world, to explain the unexplainable. Thunderclaps were the rage of gods. The waves crashing against the shore were the tears of an abandoned lover. Each myth was a string of human emotion, raw and powerful, that resonated through generations. As the elder spoke, The listeners could almost feel the hot breath of the dragon on their skins, its scales glistening in the fire's glow. Fear twisted in their chests as they pictured the hero, sword raised high, facing an embodiment of their deepest anxieties. The battle was not merely one of strength, but of courage, a test of the heart. Through the hero's journey, the people found a reflection of their own struggles, and in moments of despair, they grasped the hope wrapped tight within the folds of these ancient stories. In every corner of the ancient world, myths served as a guiding light. They were the voice of authority in societies that needed to negotiate the complexities of life. In Mesopotamia, the Epic of Gilgamesh told of friendship and mortality, teaching its listeners about the inevitability of death and the importance of living a meaningful life. In Greece, the tales of Zeus and his pantheon offered a plethora of emotions: jealousy, love, vengeance, each myth encapsulating the human experience in a way that felt both intimate and grand. These narratives were not just for entertainment, they were deeply entwined with the fabric of daily life. They provided moral lessons, fostering a sense of community among those who gathered to listen. Around the fire, bonds of kinship were strengthened, and the collective identity of the tribe was formed. When the sun set and darkness enveloped the land, these stories lit the path, illuminating the values of the society and bringing comfort in times of uncertainty. In the mystical lands of the Celts, the tale of the goddess Brigid celebrated the cycles of nature and the sacredness of life. Her warmth was felt in the hearths of homes, and her wisdom flowed through the rivers. The people honored her with festivals, understanding that their connection to the earth was alive and woven into their very existence. The myths of Brigid and her kin were not just stories, they were a call to remember their roots and the world around them. As kingdoms rose and fell, so too did the myths evolve. The ancient Egyptians looked to the sky and saw Osiris, the god of the underworld, and Isis, the goddess of magic and motherhood. Their love story, filled with betrayal and resurrection, mirrored the cycles of life itself, the sun rising each day and setting each night, symbolizing hope and renewal. These powerful narratives allowed people to understand the often harsh realities of life, offering a sense of solace that the divine had a hand in their struggles. Even the harshest of climates bore myths that sustained the spirit. Among the Inuit, tales of the raven taught lessons of creation and the duality of existence, how darkness and light coexist, how chaos and order dance in harmony. In the biting cold of the Arctic, these stories warmed the souls, reminding the listeners of the balance necessary for survival and the importance of respect for nature. As the elder's voice rose and fell, the audience was drawn deeper into the tale. Their breaths synchronized with the rhythm of the narrative. The hero's trials became their own, the fears and hopes of the past intertwining with their present. The fire crackled, and outside the cave, the wind howled, an echo of the world's uncertainties. Yet inside, the power of the myth offered a refuge, a sanctuary where anything was possible. Yet beneath the surface of these comforting tales, darker themes often lurked. Myths addressed not only the joys of life but also the inevitability of loss and suffering. The Greek tragedy of Orpheus, who ventured into the underworld to reclaim his beloved Eurydice, reminded listeners of the love's fragility and the heavy price of longing. As he descended into the shadows, the audience felt the weight of his journey, the ache of his heart resonating in their own. They understood that every tale carried a lesson, a reminder of the fine line between hope and despair. In time, these myths became the foundation of religions, guiding rituals and shaping moral codes. Temples were erected and gods were worshipped. But at their core, these stories remained unchanged. The threads of human emotion, fear, love, courage, betrayal, continued to weave through the fabric of society, binding people together in shared understanding. The fire flickered low as the elder's voice faded into the night, leaving whispers of the past swirling in the air. The child, still wide-eyed, felt a shiver of anticipation, a spark igniting within. The stories didn't end with the extinguishing of flames. They lived on in the hearts of those who listened. The world was vast, filled with unexplored territories and untold stories. The myths, those powerful narratives of creation and destruction, would continue to inspire and haunt, echoing through the ages as new voices emerged to carry the old tales into uncharted realms. And as the night deepened, the fire flickered gently, alive with the promise of new stories waiting to be born. In the beginning, before time wore a watch and stars sparkled in the dark, there was nothing. A silence so profound, it echoed through an empty expanse, a void that cradled the whispers of potential. It was a realm of chaos, where everything and nothing danced at the fringes of existence. This primordial soup, thick with uncertainty, was the birthplace of everything that would ever be. From this swirling chaos emerged a singular thought, an idea so powerful that it shattered the stillness like glass. The gods, in their various forms, stirred from their restless slumber, teetering on the brink of creation. In ancient Greece, chaos was the first entity, a yawning void from which Gaia, the earth, would eventually rise. A soft, green tenderness breaking through the dark, it was the seed of life planted in an unfathomable abyss. As Gaia breathed life into desolation, the mountains thrust their jagged peaks towards the heavens, while rivers carved their way into the heart of the earth. Each pulse of creation was a battle cry against the silence that once ruled. The ancient Egyptians spoke of none, the watery chaos that existed before the first land emerged, a vast sea where the sun god Ra would one day rise, illuminating the shadows with warmth and light. The first light flickered, and the darkness gasped, retreating into the corners of the world. In the depths of none, a lotus flower bloomed, a delicate symbol of rebirth. It crowned Ra as he soared across the skies, ushering in a new day. The air quivered with possibility, and history began its relentless march forward. The stories told of how the gods shaped the earth, each wave of their hands forming mountains, valleys, and all living creatures. They poured their essence into the rivers, igniting a spark within the trees and animals that would one day claim dominion over the land. Across the vast oceans, in the heart of Mesopotamia, the Sumerians spoke of Tiamat, a great dragon of salt water who embodied chaos. From her depths she birthed the first gods, and with them came the order. There was a battle, fierce and unyielding, as Marduk, a young god, arose to challenge Tiamat. Their clash was one for the ages. Thunder roared, and the earth trembled beneath the weight of their fury. When Marduk emerged victorious, he split Tiamat in two, creating the sky and the land, crafting a cosmos from the remnants of chaos. Yet even in victory, the echoes of chaos remained. Its whispers lingered in the shadows, reminding the newly formed world of the delicate balance that held everything together. The creation myths of the native peoples of North America tell tales of beings like the Great Spirit, who shaped the earth with a breath, molding mountains from the dust and binding waters to earth. The stories vary, but at their core, they reveal the same truth. From chaos springs life, and from life, the need for order. In the Pacific Islands, the Maori spoke of the separation of Ranginui, the Sky Father, and Papatuanuku, the Earth Mother. Their embrace was tight, their love so profound that it stifled light. The children of their union, gods themselves, conspired to free the world from the suffocating darkness. In an act of rebellion and courage, they pried their parents apart, allowing light to flood the void, a moment so electric it rippled through generations. In that moment of separation, chaos transformed into cosmos. The land stretched and yawned, revealing valleys filled with life, pulsating with the rhythm of creation. Forests burst forth, teeming with unseen creatures, while the oceans swelled, shimmering with the promise of adventure. Each creation myth, a tapestry woven with threads of emotion, showcase the struggle between chaos and order, the dance of light and dark that would define existence itself. Through the centuries, these stories traveled across continents, whispered in sacred spaces and around flickering fires. They held the weight of truth, wrapped in the warmth of shared humanity. The echoes of chaos remained a constant reminder that life was fragile, easily swayed by the winds of fate. Yet, in every culture, the belief that order could arise from chaos breathed hope into the hearts of those who listened. As the sun set over the ancient lands, casting long shadows and igniting the sky with hues of gold and crimson, the stories continued to unfold. With each telling, they gained new life, new nuance, and new meaning. The past and the present intertwined, leaving trails of laughter and sorrow in their wake, a testament to the beauty and pain of existence. The tension between chaos and creation would not just remain in myth, it would seep into the hearts of every generation. For as long as people could tell stories, they would grapple with the forces of nature, the mysteries of life and death, and the wild unpredictability of the universe. The ancient tales would echo through time, reminding them that from the depths of chaos, entire worlds could emerge, filled with beauty, love, struggle, and resilience. As the tales of creation spun like threads in a grand tapestry, the flickering flames of the past illuminated the path to the future. Whispers of chaos lingered at the edges of existence, beckoning those who dared to listen, to question, to yearn for understanding. Each story was a promise that the cosmos, born from chaos, would continue to evolve, unraveling the intricate patterns of existence, forever drawing humanity closer to the mysteries of life. Beneath the endless tapestry of stars, a silent tension hung heavy in the air, an ancient drama played out among the celestial beings that governed the lives of mortals. Each whisper of wind, each flicker of flame, echoed the names of the gods who watched over humanity with a blend of love, fury, and indifference. They were not just figures of clay and marble, but powerful entities with intricate hierarchies and domains that shaped destinies and inspired fear. At the apex sat the king of the gods, a figure woven from the very essence of thunder and authority. Zeus, with his stormy gaze and crackling demeanor, ruled the skies and commanded the lightning bolts that could turn vibrant fields into charred earth. He was a god of justice and law, but within his heart simmered the chaotic longing that often led him to entangle himself in mortal affairs. His presence was a whirlwind of power that could either bless harvests or unleash catastrophic storms, leaving the people below to tremble and pray. Not far from Zeus resided Hera, the queen, draped in a gown of cosmic elegance. She was the guardian of marriage and childbirth, yet she was not simply a passive figure beside the throne. Hera's wrath was legendary, sparking jealousy and vengeance when her authority was threatened. Beneath her regal exterior lay a fierce protector, a mother who would stop at nothing to defend her own. It was said that her jealousy could birth a tempest, and that in her presence even the strongest hearts could feel the chill of her gaze. Poseidon, the god of the sea, ruled his domain with a restless spirit. His throne sat atop the waves, surrounded by creatures of myth and shadow. Sailors prayed to him, lest they find themselves at the mercy of tumultuous tides. He could summon hurricanes or calm the waters with a mere flick of his trident. The ocean was his heart, wild and unpredictable. Legends told of his battles against other gods, of his quest for dominance over land and sky, his fierce loyalty to those who honored him, and his devastating wrath against those who dared to cross him. In the shadows of these titans lurked Hades, the misunderstood ruler of the underworld. Cloaked in darkness, he presided over the realm of the dead, a place where whispers of lost souls echoed among the shadows. Unlike his brothers, Hades was not to be feared outright. His heart, though encased in solitude, held the compassion of a god who understood the value of life and death. His domain was often shunned, but it was essential, a reminder that every beginning had its end. He guarded the threshold with vigilance, ensuring that the cycle of existence continued undisturbed. Then there were the lesser-known gods, each with their own stories and attributes, weaving the rich tapestry of divine influence. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, emerged from Zeus's brow, fully formed and equipped for battle. Her intellect shone like a beacon in the night, illuminating paths of strategy and reason. She was a protector of cities, a guiding force for heroes, and often appeared in moments of dire need, offering counsel that could change the course of a life. Her presence was felt in the quiet moments of reflection, the strategic discussions held in council chambers, and the decisions that shaped destinies. In stark contrast stood Ares, the god of war, whose very essence crackled with conflict and bloodlust. He thrived on chaos, his heart pounding to the rhythm of clashing swords and the cries of battle. Ares was both reviled and revered, a harbinger of destruction who could incite valor in the most timid of souls. His allure was magnetic, a call to arms that few could resist. The battlefield was his domain, and he reveled in the stories spun from the chaos he created. The gentle touch of Aphrodite brought balance to this world of strife. She embodied love and beauty, her essence blossoming like spring flowers across the hearts of mortals. Her laughter could soften the hardest of hearts, and her allure inspired poets and artists to capture her beauty in words and stone. Yet, beneath her enchanting exterior lay a complexity that few could fully understand. A passion that could incite fierce loyalties and tumultuous heartbreaks. As the gods interacted, their relationships formed an intricate web of alliances and rivalries. The air crackled with tension as Zeus clashed with Poseidon over the governance of the realms, while Hera's jealousy sought to undermine her husband's many escapades. Each interaction shaped the lives of mortals below, for their whims could bring about bountiful harvests or devastating droughts in the blink of an eye. Humanity was like a marionette, its strings pulled by the divine hands of the pantheon. Yet the gods were not just distant overseers, they felt the weight of their decisions and the consequences of their actions. Each plea from a desperate mortal echoed in their ears, tugging at the vestiges of compassion that lay buried beneath their immortal facades. They watched as their manifestations shaped cities and civilizations, as temples rose in their honor, and as prayers were offered up like fragrant smoke spiraling into the heavens. As twilight settled across the earth, a flickering flame in a humble shrine captured the attention of the gods. A young girl knelt, her heart pounding with hope as she whispered her deepest wishes for her family's prosperity. The fire danced, casting shadows that seemed to swirl with anticipation. In that moment, the gods leaned closer, each one attuned to the raw, unfiltered emotion that reached their ears. A ripple of energy surged through the pantheon, and it became clear that fate was shifting again. The threads of destiny intertwined, aligning the hearts of gods and mortals alike. It was a reminder that the divine was not merely above, but intricately woven into the fabric of human existence. The pantheon was alive, breathing, feeling, entangled in the stories of those they had vowed to protect and those they sought to challenge. And somewhere, within this cosmic dance, a new hero began to rise, a mortal whose journey would intertwine with the fate of the gods themselves. The whispers of destiny echoed louder, and the stage was set for an encounter that would change everything. The very fabric of the universe trembled as the pantheon's attention turned. Their interest piqued, leading to a spark that promised to ignite an unforgettable tale. In the flickering light of a sacred fire, an ancient village pulsated with life. The air buzzed with whispers of legends, where goddesses walked among mortals, their power woven into the very fabric of existence. In every shadow, in every flicker of flame, the essence of the divine feminine lingered, wrapping around the hearts of those who dared to listen. Women, both revered and feared, stood as both nurturers and warriors, embodying a duality that turned the tides of history. In the rich soil of Mesopotamia, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, Ishtar emerged as a goddess of war and love. Her fierce spirit was known to ignite battles, sending soldiers into a frenzy, while her compassion could mend a broken heart with a mere glance. Each spring, as flowers bloomed and life returned to the land, her followers would dance and sing, invoking her name as they planted their seeds. It was said that the very earth sighed with relief beneath her watch, for she was both the protector of the harvest and the fierce avenger of those who wronged her people. Ishtar's arrows flew true, piercing the darkness of despair and challenging the very boundaries of what it meant to be a woman. Across the waves of time, the goddess Kali thundered in the shadows of the Himalayas. With her wild hair and fierce gaze, she was a warrior unlike any other. Clad in a necklace of skulls, a testament to her triumph over fear, Kali danced upon the battlefield, her movements a chaotic symphony of destruction and creation. Each swing of her sword was a declaration, to stand up against oppression, to fight for justice, and to embrace the darkness within. The legends spoke of her battles against demons that threatened the balance of life, and in those moments, she became a protector and a nurturer, a mother who would do anything to shield her children from harm. In the misty mountains of ancient Greece, Artemis roamed the forests, a goddess of the hunt with a heart as fierce as the beasts she chased. With her bow slung across her shoulder, she was both guardian of nature and a fierce protector of women and children. Artemis was a paradox. She danced among the wildflowers, yet could unleash storms of fury upon those who dared to threaten her domain. Many stories told of her rescuing young girls from unwanted marriages, leading them to the safety of the moonlit woods, where they could embrace their wildness and strength. In the eyes of the women she saved, she ignited a spark of courage, a reminder that they, like her, could wield their power against a world that sought to silence them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, evening shadows crept into the ancient temples of Egypt, where the goddess Isis breathed life into her people. She was the ultimate nurturer, a mother who brought hope after despair. When her husband Osiris was slain, it was Isis's unwavering love that pieced him back together, her magic weaving the fabric of life and death. The whispers of her name echoed through the ages, a reminder that love could conquer even the darkest of tragedies. With every grain of wheat harvested and every child born, she was there, nurturing life, guiding souls through the trials of existence, her heart a sanctuary for the weary. Yet, these goddesses were not merely symbols of nurturing. They embodied the fierce strength of women who fought against tyranny and oppression. The ancient Celts honored the warrior goddess Brigid, a fierce protector who wielded both the sword and the flame. As the guardian of the hearth, she nurtured communities with her wisdom, while her battle spirit inspired warriors to rise against invaders. The stories of her fierce triumphs echoed through time, reminding all who listened that nurturing and warfare could coexist within a single heart. In moments of quiet reflection, the stories of these goddesses drifted through the ages, whispering lessons of resilience and strength. Women gathered beneath the stars, sharing tales of how they, too, wielded the duality of the feminine divine. They spoke of their struggles and victories, how they balanced the roles of caretaker and warrior in a world that often demanded one without the other. Each story, like a thread, wove a tapestry of shared experience, binding them together in a powerful sisterhood that transcended time and space. But there were shadows lurking in the tales, warnings of the dangers that came with such power. As the flames danced, they revealed the stories of those whose voices had been silenced, whose legacies had been erased in the annals of history. The goddess Athena, known for her wisdom and strategy, had also been a fierce warrior, yet her image was often overshadowed by male gods. Her stories reminded women that even the strongest could face erasure, but their spirits lived on in the hearts of those who remembered. With each tale shared, the air grew thick with emotion, a reminder that strength was not merely a physical attribute but a resilience forged in the fires of hardship. The goddess figures stood as both protectors and fierce warriors, capable of nurturing life while unleashing the tempest of their rage against injustice. They were symbols of hope in times of despair, teaching women to embrace their full selves, both the nurturing hearts and the glorious warriors within. As the night deepened, hearts raced with renewed purpose. The air crackled with energy. A silent understanding passed between the women gathered beneath the stars, a promise to honor the legacies of the goddesses who had come before. They vowed to carry forth the lessons of nurturing with strength, of love intertwined with courage, and of the unwavering spirit that defined the feminine divine. In that moment, they became the embodiment of their ancestors, warriors ready to take on the world, their spirits ignited by the fire of those who had fought before them. In the eyes of every woman gathered that night, the spark of the divine feminine flickered, an unquenchable flame that would continue to burn, lighting the path for generations to come. The stories of the goddesses flowed seamlessly into their own lives, where nurturing and warrior spirit coexisted, creating a rich tapestry of strength and compassion that would forever echo through the ages. In a world where the clash of steel and the whisper of prophecy entwine, the air crackles with the energy of the extraordinary. A storm brews on the horizon, casting shadows over a solitary figure standing atop a craggy cliff. His name is Perseus, a mortal blessed or perhaps cursed with the blood of the gods coursing through his veins. Each heartbeat pulses with the weight of destiny and echoes the tales of his divine lineage, a legacy woven through the fabric of history. The legends speak of Danae, his mother, locked away in a tower of bronze, fated to birth a hero under the gaze of Zeus himself. As the golden shower fell upon her, the world held its breath, for within her womb stirred not just a child, but the promise of greatness. Perseus's very existence was an act of defiance against the whims of fate, and yet there he stood, burdened by the prophecy that clung to him like a shroud, knowing that the shadows of his lineage could either lift him to the heavens or drag him into the abyss. Across the ages, whispers have traveled on the winds, recounting the trials of those touched by the divine. Like Heracles, whose strength was unmatched, yet whose heart was often torn between the desires of heaven and earth. Born to Alcmene and Zeus, he faced 12 labors, each one a testament to his resolve and a trial of his soul. The Nemean lion, its skin impenetrable, fell to his might, yet even victory brought no solace. The hero returned, haunted by the ghosts of his choices, seeking redemption in a world that often judged him harshly for his divine heritage. Then there was Achilles, whose fate was written before he drew his first breath. The son of Peleus and the sea nymph Thetis, he was destined for glory, but at a heart-wrenching cost. His mother, desperate to protect him from the horrors of war, dipped him in the river Styx, rendering him nearly invulnerable. Yet the heel by which she held him remained untouched, a symbol of his mortality. As the flames of the Trojan War ignited, the world watched in awe and terror, knowing his brilliance on the battlefield would ultimately lead to his downfall. In the midst of battle, Achilles fought like a whirlwind, yet the shadows of fate loomed ever closer, clutching at his heart with icy fingers. And in the quiet corners of ancient Greece, there were stories of lesser-known heroes, each carving their name into the annals of time. Take Theseus, born to Aegeus but destined for more than just the throne of Athens. He ventured into the labyrinth, confronting the Minotaur, a creature born of human sin and divine punishment. With each step deeper into the maze, he struggled not just against the beast, but against the darkness within himself. As he emerged victorious, the thread that Ariadne had given him hung heavy in his hands, a reminder of the choices we make that can lead us down paths of glory or despair. In another corner of the world, the tales of the Celtic gods intertwine with those of mortals. Cuchulainn, known as the Hound of Ulster, embodied the fierce spirit of his lineage. Born of the goddess Deichtine and the mortal Conachbar, he was destined to protect his people. With a warrior's heart, he faced the armies of Connacht, a mere boy against grown men, yet his spirit blazed with the fire of gods. With each battle cry, he channeled the ancient magic coursing through him, a testament to the power of his blood. But even a hero like Cuchulainn knew that glory came with a price, and as he fell to betrayal, the weight of his lineage turned into a haunting silence. The echoes of these heroes linger in the air, wrapping around the hearts of those who listen. The tale doesn't end with their victories. It pulses with the pain of their losses, the scars that map their journeys. Each figure stands as a monument to the complexities of existence, a reminder that within the grandeur of divine lineage lies the fragility of the human spirit. As the sun sets and the stars twinkle like ancient eyes watching over the earth, the stories of heroes and demigods intertwine with the lives of those who seek to rise above their humble beginnings. In every village, every town, there are whispers of lineage and legacy. Young men and women gaze at the horizon, imagining the weight of a god's blood flowing through their veins, each heartbeat a reminder of the potential for greatness. Yet, alongside that longing, there exists an undercurrent of fear and uncertainty. What happens when the burden of expectation becomes too heavy to bear? Amidst these tales, there lies a truth often overlooked: the power of choice. Heroes are not defined solely by their bloodlines. They are shaped by the decisions they make in the face of adversity. The path is never clear, and the shadows of doubt can be as daunting as any beast lurking in the dark. Every hero faced a moment when they could have turned back, could have chosen the safety of obscurity over the perilous climb to greatness. In those moments, they chose to stand tall, to embrace their fate, and to defy the odds stacked against them. As the night deepens, the stars seem to shimmer with the weight of unspoken stories, waiting for that next hero to step forward. The air thrums with anticipation, for every heart beating with hope carries within it the potential for the extraordinary. The tales of heroes and demigods are far from finished. They live on in the dreams of mortals who dare to step beyond the ordinary, to claim their destiny, and to carve their names into the fabric of history. In this tightly woven tapestry of fate and free will, the cycle of heroes continues, always on the brink of a new adventure. The journey of Perseus, Heracles, Achilles, Theseus, and Cuchulainn beckons, their paths intertwined with the lives of countless others, each echoing the call to greatness. As the world spins on, the stories of divine lineage will forever resonate, leaving behind not just legends, but a legacy that inspires generations to come. In the quiet moments before dawn, when the world is wrapped in a shroud of mist, an old woman sits cross-legged on the ground, her gnarled hands cradling a weathered bone pendant. The faint glow of the first light kisses her weathered skin, illuminating the intricate carvings that speak of a time long forgotten. She whispers the names of her ancestors, her breath forming spirals of fog that dance into the chill morning air. Around her, the whispers of the past flutter like lost leaves, settling softly on the earth, conveying stories of joy, sorrow, and wisdom. Ancestors are not simply figures from a distant past. They are the very fabric of existence for many cultures. They hover like shadows, guiding the living, their spirits woven into the very essence of the land, the water, and the air. In the quiet corners of the world, people feel their ancestors' presence in the rustle of the trees, the whisper of the wind, and the gentle flow of rivers. Each stream, each hill, each stone holds the echoes of those who walked before. The past is never truly gone. It lingers, waiting patiently for the living to reach out and remember. In the tales of countless tribes, the ancestors are often depicted as guardians and teachers. The stories passed down through generations are not just stories. They are lessons, imbued with the wisdom of those who faced trials, danced in celebration, and mourned losses. The ancestors speak in parables, their voices carrying the weight of experience. For every challenge the living face, there is a story, a guiding light illuminating the path. When a young warrior prepares for battle, he may sit by the fire, calling upon the spirit of a great chief, seeking strength and courage. The flames flicker, casting shadows that seem to take form, wrapping around him like a warm embrace. There is a myth of a young woman named Asha, whose heart was heavy with grief after losing her mother. Each night she would stand at the edge of the forest, tears streaming down her cheeks, begging for guidance. One fateful night, as the moon glowed brightly, she felt a presence beside her. A warm breeze caressed her face, and in that moment, she heard her mother's voice, soft as silk, telling her to follow the light. "Trust the ancestors," it whispered. Asha closed her eyes, surrendering to the pull of the spirit world. With newfound determination, she ventured deeper into the woods, where the shadows danced and the night creatures sang. Through the thick underbrush, she stumbled upon an ancient tree, its roots twisting like serpents, its bark etched with symbols of her lineage. Asha placed her hand upon the gnarled trunk, and the energy of her ancestors surged through her. They were there, surrounding her with love and strength. In that moment, she understood. The spirits were not just memories, they were her allies. The guidance of the ancestors wrapped around her like an invisible cloak, infusing her with purpose. She had been given a gift, a connection to something greater than herself. In another corner of the world, a fisherman named Rohan faced the daunting task of navigating treacherous waters. The sea was both a provider and a punisher, and many feared its depths. Before every voyage, Rohan would kneel by the shore, casting offerings into the waves, a tribute to his forefathers. Each offering was a thread, tying him to those who had weathered storms before him. As he cast his net into the churning sea, he closed his eyes, whispering their names, feeling their strength coursing through him. It was the belief that the spirits would guide him, steering him away from danger, that gave him the courage to brave the unknown. In the tales of the West African tribes, ancestors are revered as sacred keepers of wisdom. Rituals are performed to honor them, inviting their spirits to guide the community through both celebration and hardship. During harvest festivals, the fields are decorated with offerings. The elders recount stories of their forebears, who danced under the moonlight, celebrating the fruits of their labor. Laughter fills the air, mingling with the scent of fresh earth as the living pay homage to those who paved the way. It is said that the spirits join the dance. Their movements intertwined with the rhythms of the living, creating an unbreakable bond that transcends time. As dusk descends, the boundaries between the living and the dead blur, and the ancestors' whispers grow louder. The flickering flames of the bonfires cast long shadows, and in the warmth of the firelight, people share their fears, their hopes, and their dreams. Each story told becomes a bridge that connects them to their heritage, a reminder that they are never truly alone. The ancestors listen, nodding in approval, their spirits swirling around, proud of the legacy they continue to carry. In these moments, the air thickens with emotion, charged with the weight of remembrance. There is a collective understanding that life is fragile and fleeting, but through the guidance of their ancestors, the living find strength. They feel their ancestors walking beside them, their spirits lighting the path, whispering encouragement when the journey feels impossible. As the night deepens and the stars shimmer overhead, the line between the past and the present fades away. The living honor the dead, not with somber rituals, but with vibrant celebrations of life. Each laugh, each dance, each tear a tribute to the spirits that fill the space around them. They recognize that in every heartbeat, in every breath, the ancestors are present, guiding, loving, and protecting. But then, a sudden chill sweeps through the air, a warning that not all spirits bring comfort. The elders speak of ancestral spirits who linger, bound by unresolved ties. These restless souls seek closure, yearning for the living to acknowledge them. The stories take on a darker tone, revealing the consequences of forgetting those who came before. The atmosphere shifts. Excitement mingles with tension as the living must confront the shadows of their lineage. In the depths of the night, the old woman continues to whisper, her voice quaking with emotion. The past is alive, and with every word, she weaves another thread into the tapestry of her people's history. Her ancestors are with her, guiding her as she shares the tales that hold the power to heal, to inspire, and to warn. Their spirits swirl, igniting a fire that burns not just in the hearth but in the hearts of those who listen. And as the first light of dawn approaches, the stories remain, echoing in the chambers of the living, a reminder that the ancestors will always walk beside those who remember. In the quiet dawn of time, when the earth was still young and the air buzzed with the magic of creation, three great forces reigned supreme: earth, sky, and sea. Each one watched over the others, weaving their stories into the fabric of existence. The air was thick with possibility, every breath pregnant with the promise of myths waiting to be born. The earth, with its majestic mountains and verdant valleys, was a tapestry of life. It stood strong and steadfast, a mother nurturing her children. Its pulse echoed through the forests where trees swayed and whispered secrets to one another. Beneath the surface, roots twisted like the ancient tales of gods and heroes, intertwining with the very essence of the world. In ancient Greece, Gaia, the earth herself, was worshipped as the primal mother, a goddess who birthed the titans and all creatures that roamed her vast expanse. She was the embodiment of fertility, giving life to plants and animals, while also harboring the destructive forces of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. To the people who walked upon her soil, she was both a blessing and a reminder of nature's raw power. As the sun ascended, the sky stirred. It was a canvas painted in hues of blue, orange, and gold, stretching endlessly above. In many cultures, the sky was a realm of gods: Zeus in Greece, Odin in Norse lore, and Ra in ancient Egyptian belief. Each deity held dominion over storms, winds, and celestial bodies. The sky was not just a mere backdrop, but a living entity, alive with the laughter of thunder and the whispers of the wind. It bore witness to humanity's triumphs and tragedies, a constant observer, looming above with both benevolence and fury. During storms, the heavens would roar, sending bolts of lightning to remind mortals of their fragile place in the grand tapestry of existence. The sea, a deep and unfathomable expanse, was both alluring and terrifying. Its waves danced with a rhythm that spoke of ancient mysteries and untold stories. To the seafaring cultures of the world, it was a source of life, a provider of sustenance, and a place of danger. In Greek mythology, Poseidon ruled the oceans, a god who commanded storms and earthquakes, his trident capable of shaping the very landscape. Sailors prayed to him, fearing his wrath on tempestuous nights when the sea transformed from a placid mirror to a churning beast ready to swallow them whole. These three elements, earth, sky, and sea, were in constant interplay, a grand drama unfolding through the ages. The stories they inspired were woven into the very fabric of human culture, a testament to our connection with nature's wonders. In the Andean mountains, the Inca revered Pachamama, the earth goddess, believing she provided not only food and shelter but also the very ground upon which they stood. To honor her, they offered sacrifices, believing that her favor would ensure a bountiful harvest. Yet there was also the darker side of this triad, where the balance between the forces could tip into chaos. The ancient Egyptians spoke of Ra's daily journey through the underworld, battling the serpent Apophis, a symbol of chaos, each night. The cycle of light and darkness mirrored the struggle between creation and destruction, reminding humanity of the delicate balance that kept the world in harmony. The sea, too, had its monstrous legends. The Kraken, a beast that lurked in the depths, waiting for ships to devour. These stories ignited fear and respect, for they revealed the duality of nature's power, the nurturing and the merciless. Among the many cultures, the connection of myths to natural phenomena gave rise to legends that resonated through generations. The thunder that rumbled in the distance became the voice of the gods, while the rustling leaves whispered ancient secrets. Every sunrise was a rebirth, every sunset a farewell, a reminder that life was a cycle of beginnings and endings. In the heart of the Arctic, the Inuit spoke of Sedna, the goddess of the sea and marine animals, who ruled over the depths, embodying the spirits of the ocean. Her story was one of loss and resilience, a testament to the struggle for survival against the harshest of elements. The interactions between earth, sky, and sea could create beauty and terror alike. The formation of rainbows after a storm was a symbol of hope, a bridge between the realms of the divine and the mortal. It was in these moments that humanity felt the presence of the celestial, a reminder that they were part of something greater. Yet, in moments of fury, a hurricane crashing upon the shore, an earthquake shaking the ground, mortals were reminded of their vulnerabilities. These stories illustrated the delicate balance that governed life, a dance where nature alternated between nurturing and wrath. Time marched on, and with it came the evolution of these myths. The ancient tales were retold, reshaped by the hearts and minds of each generation. The earth continued to be revered in various forms, from the sacred groves of the Celts to the Mother Earth worshipped by Native American tribes. The sky found new expressions in the constellations, stories written in the stars that guided sailors home. And the sea, ever unpredictable, remained a source of both sustenance and fear, continuing to inspire legends of mermaids and sea serpents. Yet, beneath the surface of these grand tales lay a singular truth. The bond between humanity and nature was intricately woven. It was a relationship steeped in respect, awe, and sometimes terror. Every time the wind howled or the waves crashed, it echoed the age-old stories, a reminder that the elements were not merely backdrops for human drama, but living, breathing entities with their own narratives. As twilight descended, the stories of earth, sky, and sea continued to swirl in the air, an unbroken thread connecting the past with the present. Each whisper of wind, each crack of thunder, resonated with the emotions of those who had come before. The dance of nature was not just a spectacle. It was a reminder of life's fragility and the enduring power of myths that shaped the very essence of humankind. In the dim candlelight of ancient tombs, whispers of the dead entwined with the air, beckoning those who dared to listen. The chilling tales of the underworld pulsated through the ages, each story a thread in the rich tapestry of humanity's greatest fear and fascination: death. The myths surrounding this shadowy realm were not mere fabrications. They were the echoes of civilizations grappling with the profound mystery of what lay beyond the veil of life. A figure cloaked in darkness stands at the entrance of a cave, the air thick with a sense of foreboding. It is Charon, the ferryman of the underworld, his face concealed in shadow, but his eyes, they glisten with knowing. He is the silent guide for lost souls, those who have departed the world of the living, clutching their coins for passage across the river Styx. The chill of the water sends shivers down the spine, reflecting the fears of countless generations. Here, in this murky abyss, the stories of souls linger, each with a tale of unfinished business. From the chilling winds of ancient Greece to the fiery pits of the Mayan underworld, the myths of life after death were woven into the very fabric of culture. The Greeks spoke of Hades, a land ruled by the grim figure of the god himself, where the deceased would receive a final judgment. 3 judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, decided the fates of the souls before they were either condemned to Tartarus or rewarded in Elysium. each choice sent shivers through the hearts of the living as they pondered their own mortal lives. The weight of their actions pressed upon them like a heavy shroud. Across the vast oceans, the Mayans offered a different vision. Xibalba, the underworld, was a labyrinth of trials and terrors, a place where the brave and the foolish faced daunting challenges. The lords of Xibalba, fierce and capricious, awaited those who strayed from the path of righteousness. They delighted in fear and chaos, their laughter echoing off the stone walls as they tested the souls of the deceased. For the Mayans, death was not an end but a doorway, an unsettling passage to a realm filled with both promise and peril. The Egyptians crafted their own haunting narrative, believing in the afterlife as a journey that required a heart weighed against the feather of Maat, the goddess of truth. If one's heart was found wanting, it was devoured by the fearsome Ammit, a beast with the head of a crocodile, the body of a lion, and the hindquarters of a hippopotamus. The anxiety of judgment loomed like a storm cloud over the living, reminding them that their deeds would define their eternity. The pyramids, grand and foreboding, stood as eternal sentinels, guiding the souls of pharaohs toward the paradise of the fields of Aru. In the shadows of these grand narratives, the folklore of countless cultures reveals a chilling truth. The fear of the unknown binds humanity together in a web of shared dread and fascination. In Norse mythology, the brave warriors who fell in battle were welcomed to Valhalla, where they would feast and fight until Ragnarok, the end of the world. But for others, a darker fate awaited in Hell, the icy realm ruled by the goddess of the same name. This duality created a tension between honor and despair, making every life lived a balancing act between glory and oblivion. Stories of the underworld summoned feelings as potent as the fear of losing loved ones or the vulnerability of one's own mortality. The ancient Sumerians believed in a bleak afterlife where the dead wandered in dark, dusty fields, forever hungry and thirsty. Their tales, filled with sorrow and resignation, echoed through the ages, reminding the living of the fragility of existence. The thought of wandering aimlessly in darkness struck a deep chord, prompting countless rituals and offerings to appease the spirits and ensure a smoother passage for those who followed. As the fires crackled in the hearths of old, the stories of otherworldly journeys ignited the imagination. The great epic of Gilgamesh speaks of a king's quest for immortality, a desperate search that leads him to the underworld's gates only to confront the inexorable truth. Death is the ultimate fate for all. Each warrior, each king, each common man grappling with their mortality found solace, if not comfort, in the stories shared under the stars. Throughout history, the underworld persisted as a symbol of hope and despair, a reflection of the human condition. The myths offered not only a glimpse into what lay beyond, but also a mirror, revealing our desires, fears, and regrets. The stories compelled the living to consider their actions, urging them to seek redemption or perhaps reconciliation with their past. Yet, as these tales of the underworld echoed in the minds of mortals, a new chapter awaited just beyond the horizon. Beyond the darkness lurked the promise of transformation, urging those who sought to understand the mysteries of life and death to confront their deepest fears. And, like the flickering candle that cast shadows on the walls of ancient tombs, the myths of the underworld beckoned the brave to step forward, to gaze into the abyss, and find the courage to embrace their own journeys, forever intertwined with the souls who had come before. Before the dawn of humanity, there were whispers of water, vast and consuming. Legends brushed against the edges of memory, recounting how the sky wept and the earth trembled. Countless cultures spoke of floods that swept away the old and made way for the new. These tales are not just stories. They pulse with the heartbeat of a collective fear and hope echoing across time and space. In ancient Mesopotamia, the Epic of Gilgamesh introduces a figure named Utnapishtim, who, warned by the god Ea, built a great boat. He gathered his family and the world's animals, only to see the heavens open and unleash torrents upon the land. For days, darkness enveloped everything, and the familiar transformed into an alien sea. Just as despair threatened to drown the last flickers of hope, the storm ceased and the waters receded, revealing a cleansed world. The inhabitants, now reborn, felt the weight of a fresh start upon their shoulders. Across the ocean, the indigenous peoples of North America shared the tale of the Great Flood, where only a few were saved as the world was purged by water. In their stories, the flood is both destruction and renewal, a powerful reminder of nature's might. The waters rose, swallowing homes, forests, and lives, yet from the depths, new life emerged. The survivors, often guided by a great spirit, found solace in the promise of rebirth, planting their feet on sodden earth, ready to rebuild what had been lost. In India, the myth of Manu tells a story steeped in faith and perseverance. A fish, embodying divine protection, warned Manu of an impending flood. With faith in its guidance, Manu constructed a vessel, saving not just himself but a wealth of knowledge, seeds, animals, and the very essence of life. As the world washed away, he floated on a sea of uncertainty, yet the fish remained close, a beacon of hope. When the waters finally receded, Manu stepped onto dry land, armed with wisdom and resilience, ready to usher in a new era. The ancient Greeks, too, spoke of floods, but theirs was not merely a tale of survival. In the myth of Deucalion and Pyrrha, the gods unleashed a deluge in punishment for humanity's wickedness. As the waters surged, only Deucalion and Pyrrha found favor. They climbed to the safety of a mountain, clinging to one another amidst the chaos. Their love became a lifeline, a shared warmth in a world that had turned hostile. After the storm, they tossed stones behind them, which transformed into people, allowing humanity to rise once more from the watery grave. From the icebound landscapes of the Inuit, a narrative emerges where the Great Flood serves as a reminder of the balance between man and nature. A woman, revered as a creator, saw humanity's greed and unleashed water to cleanse the earth. Yet she also offered hope, guiding a few to safety, weaving their fates into the fabric of survival. The flood was a consequence, but also an opportunity, as new life flourished in the aftermath, a poetic testament to resilience. In the Bible, Noah's story has reverberated through ages, characterized by an unwavering faith that saved him from a world gone awry. The heavens opened, and soon the earth was a mere memory. Only the ark floated, a fragile vessel against the tide of destruction. The cries of the creatures echoed in the emptiness, a haunting reminder of what was lost. But as the rain ceased and the sun broke through, a rainbow arched across the sky, a divine promise that life would return, that hope would not be extinguished. In the South American Andes, the flood myth of Viracocha tells of a creator god who cleansed the earth with water. This flood was born of love, a desire to remove the corrupt and to create anew. As the waters receded, life blossomed where once there was desolation. The mountains rose, the rivers flowed, and the people, guided by the wisdom of their creator, embraced their chance to thrive. Every flood myth, irrespective of its origin, shares a common thread: loss, survival, and rebirth. From the ashes of devastation, humanity rises, stronger and more aware of the delicate balance they must maintain with nature. Each tale is a reflection of cultural identity, showing how different societies grapple with the forces that shape their world. The floods symbolize change, reminding humanity that while water can destroy, it can also bring life. These myths traveled through generations, each retelling adding layers of meaning. They spoke of cataclysms that shook the earth but always hinted at renewal, a promise that the sun would rise again, that life would persist despite the darkest of times. These stories don't simply exist in the pages of ancient texts. They echo in the corners of the minds of those who remember the past, who understand the fragility of existence. As the tales blend into one another, the whispers of the past meet the present, each drop of water a reminder of life's cycle. The emotions swell, rising like tides, carrying with them the weight of knowledge. The floods are not just memories, they are warnings, lessons wrapped in the fabric of humanity, urging each person to reflect on their own relationship with nature. And so, as the waters recede from this section of the narrative, the horizon beckons with the promise of more stories to unfold. The cries of the past linger in the air, reminding everyone that the echoes of those cataclysms will forever shape the future, intertwining every culture and heart in an unbreakable bond. The next chapter waits just beyond, ready to reveal what lies beneath the surface. In the dim light of a flickering campfire, shadows danced across the faces of eager listeners, their eyes wide with anticipation. The air crackled with unspoken tales, ancient and wild, stories of figures who defied the ordinary, bending rules and reshaping destinies with a mere flick of their wrist. The night was alive, pulsing with energy, and the tales of tricksters echoed through time, pulling at the very fabric of reality. From the frosty mountains of Scandinavia came Loki, a god wrapped in enigma and mischief. With a grin that could outshine the sun and a heart that beat for chaos, he reveled in his role as the ultimate transgressor. Loki was not bound by the laws of gods or men. He played pranks that could spark wars and weave illusions that left the mightiest of warriors trembling. He stole fire from the gods and gifted it to mortals, igniting the flicker of creativity that would one day challenge divine authority. Yet, even as laughter erupted from his cunning tricks, there lay an undercurrent of danger, for every act of mischief carried the weight of consequence. Across the vast plains of North America, the stories of Coyote echoed among the tribes like a haunting melody. This trickster was both revered and despised, a creature of contradiction. Coyote prowled the landscape, creating mischief with a flick of his tail, teaching vital lessons cloaked in humor. He tricked the buffalo into revealing their hiding spots, only to have the tables turned when they became aware of his schemes. With each tale, children gasped and giggled, caught in the rhythm of his antics, yet they learned the importance of balance and respect for nature. Coyote was a teacher in disguise, and his lessons were not just for amusement, but for survival. In the shadowy corners of African folklore, Anansi the spider spun tales that would capture hearts and minds. His tiny form hid enormous cleverness. Anansi was a master of trickery, weaving webs of deception that ensnared both friend and foe. He could outsmart the fiercest beasts and even negotiate with the spirits of the dead. Anansi's stories were often tinged with moral lessons, reflecting a deep understanding of human nature. His antics made one laugh out loud, but they also urged listeners to examine their own lives. How often had they been as foolish as the characters in his tales? Anansi's laughter rang through the ages, a reminder that wisdom could emerge from the most unexpected places. In the glimmering waters of ancient Greece, Hermes, the messenger of the gods, danced on the edges of morality. He was a deity of transitions, a bringer of news, a guide for souls, yet also a trickster who stole cattle and caused trouble among the Olympians. The very essence of Hermes embodied duality. He was a symbol of cunning intelligence and sharp wit, charming yet devious. When Hermes stole Apollo's sacred cattle, it sparked a series of events that would shape the fates of mortals and gods alike. His laughter echoed through Olympus, a sound both delightful and dangerous, hinting at the unpredictable nature of fate itself. As the fire crackled and the stories flowed, the audience was drawn deeper into the world of tricksters, where mischief served as a catalyst for transformation. They felt the tension rise, the anticipation of what might come next. Just as a storm gathers momentum before it breaks, so too did the stories of transgressors build to a crescendo. Each tale revealed a thread that connected them, a common theme of rebellion against the established order, of challenging the status quo, and of embracing chaos as a necessary element of life. Across the ocean, in the rich tapestry of Irish mythology, the figure of the leprechaun emerged, a small, mischievous fairy who guarded his pot of gold with a craftiness that could leave mortals bewildered. He was a master of illusions, leading the greedy and unwary on wild chases through the lush, rolling hills. To catch a leprechaun was to tempt fate, for he could grant wishes while also ensnaring the pursuer in riddles and tricks. His laughter filled the air like the tinkling of coins, a reminder of the folly of greed and the wisdom of humility. In the shadows of the past, tricksters were never merely foolish characters. They served as mirrors reflecting the flaws and strengths of humanity. They challenged norms, tore down boundaries, and reshaped the world with their antics. The listeners leaned in closer, their breaths held tight, entranced by the unfolding drama of these transgressors. With every tale, the fabric of reality shimmered and twisted, revealing deeper truths hidden beneath layers of laughter and chaos. The night wore on, and with it came whispers of more tricksters, figures from every corner of the globe, each with their unique flavor of mischief. These characters were more than mere figments of imagination. They were avatars of human emotion, embodying the chaos that lived within every heart. They danced between right and wrong, teaching lessons in unexpected ways, their laughter echoing like a heartbeat through the annals of time. As the fire crackled and the night deepened, the anticipation hung heavy in the air, charged with the promise of more. More stories, more laughter, and more chaos awaited, drawing the audience deeper into a world where mischief was not just a pastime, but an essential part of existence. There was no end to the tales of tricksters and transgressors. Their legacy was eternal, a web of stories spun across cultures and epochs, always ready to ensnare those brave enough to listen. Each tale promised revelation, the thrill of discovery, and the tantalizing hint of what lay just beyond the shadows. The air was thick with anticipation and the soft rustle of feathers as a lone white dove flew through the ancient city, a thread connecting the past with the present. It landed gracefully on a weathered stone, a sacred spot where generations had gathered, their hearts full of hope and reverence. This moment was more than just a bird taking flight. It was a testament to the sacred bond between animals and humanity, a bond woven through time, rich in symbolism and meaning. In many cultures, animals have transcended their earthly existence, becoming vessels of divine messages and symbols of profound truths. From the mighty eagle soaring high above the mountains to the humble ant scuttling through the grass, each creature embodies characteristics that resonate deeply with human experience. The lion, with its majestic mane, stands as a symbol of courage and strength. In ancient Egypt, the lioness goddess Sekhmet was revered as a protector, embodying the fierce spirit of the wild. To encounter a lion was to feel the pulse of the earth, a reminder of the fierceness that resides within every living being. Yet, the jaguar commanded a different type of admiration in Mesoamerican cultures. With its hauntingly beautiful spots, the jaguar represented the power of the night and the mysteries of the underworld. The ancient Mayans believed that jaguars guarded the entrance to the realm of the dead, a fierce protector of souls. The sight of a jaguar was both awe-inspiring and terrifying, a creature whose very essence was intertwined with the spirit world. As people whispered tales of its prowess, they felt a chill run down their spines, both of fear and reverence. The gentle elephant, often seen as a symbol of wisdom, carried its own weight of cultural significance. In India, the elephant-headed god Ganesha is celebrated for his ability to remove obstacles and bring prosperity. With their large ears and gentle eyes, elephants evoke a sense of peace and patience, embodying the virtues that humans aspire to cultivate. Their majestic presence in rituals and celebrations reminds us of the importance of family and memory, creating a profound emotional connection that spans generations. Birds, with their ability to soar the vast skies, have always held a special place in human hearts. The revered raven, often seen as a harbinger of change, has danced through folklore for centuries. In Norse mythology, two ravens, Hugin and Munin, flew across the world gathering knowledge for the wise god Odin. Their presence signified the melding of wisdom and intuition, a reminder that the answers we seek often lie within us. The flapping of their wings echoed the heartbeat of the universe, urging individuals to listen closely to the whispers of their own souls. In the lush forests of Africa, the graceful antelope represents not only speed and agility, but also the delicate balance of life. Among the Maasai people, the antelope signifies gratitude and respect for nature, embodying the connection between humans and the wild. To see an antelope leap across the plains is to witness an expression of freedom that stirs something deep within, a reminder of what it means to be truly alive. Similarly, the wolf has etched its significance into the fabric of human culture. As a symbol of loyalty and teamwork, wolves remind us of the importance of community. In Native American traditions, the wolf is seen as a teacher, guiding individuals through their personal journeys. The howl of a wolf, echoing through the still night, stirs both fear and fascination, reminding listeners of the wild spirit that resides within every heart. But what of the humble bee? A creature often overlooked, it has been celebrated across cultures for its industriousness and the sweetness of its honey. In ancient Greece, bees were considered sacred to the goddess Artemis, symbolizing fertility and the sweetness of life. The buzzing of bees as they flit from flower to flower is a testament to the interconnectedness of life, a reminder that every small effort contributes to the greater whole. The sight of a bee hard at work can fill one with gratitude, a small yet powerful reminder of the beauty found in collaboration. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden rays across the land, the sacred animals continued their timeless dance with humanity. The stories woven around them carried the weight of history, rich with emotion and purpose. Beneath the surface, these symbols held layers of meaning, echoes of ancient rituals and beliefs that shaped civilizations. Each animal was not just a creature of flesh and bone, it was a narrative, a living embodiment of the values and ideals that societies cherished. In every corner of the world, the significance of sacred animals can be felt, vibrating through the very soil beneath our feet. From the protective spirit of the bear in Native American lore to the nurturing presence of the cow in Hinduism, these creatures ignite a spark of recognition within the human soul. Their stories are interwoven with our own, as we find reflections of ourselves in their existence. Each encounter with a sacred animal is like a brush with magic, awakening dormant feelings of connection, reverence, and wonder. Just as the dove took flight from that ancient stone, the legacy of sacred animals continues to soar through time, inviting all who gaze upon them to pause and reflect. The whispers of the past beckon us to listen closely, urging us to honor the bond we share with these remarkable beings. As the world spins on, the stories of sacred animals stand steadfast, a living testament to the cultural richness and emotional depth that bind humanity to the wild, and the timeless enchantment of life itself. In a land where shadows whispered and the wind carried tales, the night sky flickered with stars that seemed to be watching. Beneath this celestial gaze lay a world brimming with wonders and terrors, a place where mythical creatures stirred in the depths of ancient forests and craggy mountains. Every rustle of leaves, every distant roar sent shivers down the spine, as if the very air held its breath, aware of the hidden truths lurking just out of sight. Dragons, those magnificent beasts of lore, soared through the imagination of humankind for centuries. With scales glimmering like jewels and eyes that glowed like embers, they were both feared and revered. Stories painted them as guardians of treasure, fierce protectors of their domains. In the mountains of Mongolia, legends spoke of the Tengr, a dragon-like spirit that could summon storms and help or hurt mankind depending on their reverence. The Mongolians believed that to disrespect the Tengur was to invite ruin. They sacrificed horses and offered prayers, hoping for the dragon's favor to bless their lands with rain and bountiful harvests. Across the seas in Europe, dragons were often seen as symbols of evil, hoarding gold and terrorizing villages. The tale of Saint George, who bravely faced a dragon to save a princess, became a cornerstone of knightly virtue. Yet, in those ancient texts, hints of the dragon's wisdom and sorrow whispered through the pages. What was it that drove these creatures to protect their treasures so fiercely? Perhaps it was a loneliness born from centuries of isolation, a deep yearning for connection hidden beneath their scaly exteriors. Giants emerged as another haunting presence in the world of myths. Towering figures, both frightening and awe-inspiring, they roamed the earth, shaping it with their colossal hands. The Norse giants, or Jotnar, were said to be the original inhabitants of the world, fierce and untamed. Stories of their battles with the gods spoke of their unyielding strength and tragic fates. In these tales, giants were not merely villains, they were beings of great sorrow, often cast away by the very deities they once called kin. In the foothills of the Alps, the legend of the giant Goliath lingered, a figure so immense that his mere presence struck terror into the hearts of armies. Yet, beneath the legend lay a deeper truth. Giants were often portrayed as misunderstood beings, burdened with the weight of their size and the loneliness it brought. How heartbreaking it must have been for them to wander the earth, peering into villages, longing for companionship, yet instilling fear in all who gazed upon their enormous forms. Spirits, in contrast, danced gracefully through the tapestry of life, embodying the essence of nature and humanity alike. From the playful Kodama of Japanese forests, believed to protect trees and bring prosperity, to the vengeful La Llorona, haunting the rivers with her sorrowful wails, spirits existed in every corner of the world. They were reminders of the delicate balance between existence and the afterlife. The whispers of the wind would often carry their stories, tales of love, loss, and redemption that tugged at the heartstrings of those willing to listen. In Celtic folklore, the Fae, or fairies, were both enchanting and treacherous, luring unsuspecting mortals into their magical realms. Stories of the changeling, where a fairy would steal a human child, leaving behind a creature of illusion, gave rise to a deep-seated fear of the unknown. The air thickened with tension whenever twilight fell, for it was said that the veil between worlds thinned, allowing spirits to traverse between the realms of the living and the dead. The homes of mortals became sacred grounds, protected by the gentle yet watchful gaze of spirits who desired harmony rather than chaos. As the moon rose high, the line between reality and myth began to blur. The tales of dragons and giants intertwined with the spirits that roamed the woods, creating a tapestry of wonder and fear. A young girl named Ilara, with wild curls and a heart full of dreams, would often wander into the forest, drawn by the shimmering lights that danced like fireflies among the trees. She believed she could hear the whispers of the spirits, calling her name, urging her to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the roots of ancient trees. One fateful night, as the stars blinked in anticipation, Ilara stumbled upon a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. There, to her astonishment, lay a massive dragon, its scales glistening like shards of glass. The creature's eyes reflected a sadness that tugged at her heart. With a courage she didn't know she possessed, Ilara took a step forward, trembling yet determined. The dragon lifted its head, revealing a voice like thunder wrapped in velvet. "Why do you approach, little one? Do you seek treasure or truth?" Ilara, breathless, spoke of her longing for connection, her desire to understand the world beyond the surface. The dragon's gaze softened, and a story unfolded between them, a tale of loneliness and the burden of guarding treasures long forgotten. The heavy silence of the forest deepened, as if the trees themselves leaned in to listen. With each word, Alara felt the weight of ages pressing against her, igniting a fire within her soul. In that moment, the boundary between giant and spirit, dragon and human, began to dissolve. Alara realized that every creature, no matter how fearsome or grand, carried within them a story of their own, one woven with joys and sorrows, victories and defeats. The night air pulsed with an electric energy, a promise of revelation just beyond reach. Suddenly, the ground trembled as a giant emerged from the shadows, its immense form towering over the clearing. The dragon roared, a sound like thunder cracking across the sky, warning the intruder to stay back. The giant paused, confusion etched on its face, caught between the world of nightmares and the dream of understanding. Alara watched with wide eyes, her heart racing, knowing that the night was far from over. Tension hung thick in the air, a storm brewing on the horizon, threatening to break the fragile peace that had begun to blossom. As the moon reached its zenith, the ancient forces of myth converged, drawing Alara deeper into their world, one where the lines between fear and wonder blurred. The echoes of dragons, giants, and spirits reverberated through the night, creating a symphony of existence that promised to unveil secrets as old as time itself. And in that instant, the very fabric of reality began to shift, preparing to reveal the next chapter of a tale that would resonate throughout eternity. As dusk settled over a small village, a hush fell like a cherished blanket. The flickering flames of a fire danced, casting playful shadows against the ancient trees. Children nestled close to their elders, their eyes wide with anticipation, as the air thickened with the scent of wood smoke and a hint of adventure. This was a moment that transcended time, a living tapestry woven from the threads of countless generations. The storyteller, a figure cloaked in the wisdom of age, leaned forward, their voice a smooth river flowing with untold tales. Long ago, the elder began, in a world where the sun spoke to the moon and the stars danced in the twilight, there was a warrior. And just like that, the village was transported. Children gasped, their hearts racing as they envisioned the valiant hero facing fearsome beasts. The tales spun around them like a warm cloak, wrapping them in a reality where courage triumphed and love endured even the harshest trials. The power of words ignited their imaginations, breathing life into the shadows of the night. Oral traditions have always been the heartbeat of humanity. They are the flames that illuminate the path through history, revealing who we are and where we come from. Ancient tribes around the world gathered under the stars, telling stories that shaped their identities, instilled morals, and offered explanations for the unexplainable. Every culture has its own tales, reflecting its values and fears, its hopes and dreams. In Australia, the indigenous peoples spoke of Dreamtime, a spiritual history where ancestral beings formed the land and its creatures. In the icy expanses of the Arctic, the Inuit shared stories of survival, teaching their youth the ways of the hunt and the respect owed to the natural world. Every narrative was a thread in the fabric of society, binding people together in a shared understanding. These stories were not mere entertainment, they were essential. They carried laws and lessons from one generation to the next. In ancient Greece, bards wandered from village to village, reciting the epics of gods and heroes, reminding listeners of bravery and the consequences of hubris. The tales of Odysseus and his journey home were not just stories of adventure, they were cautionary tales of loyalty and perseverance. As the storyteller's voice rose and fell like the moonlit waves, the audience experienced the ebb and flow of emotion. Laughter mingled with gasps of shock, and the occasional tear glistened in the eyes of the listeners. The thrill of a hero's triumph over darkness electrified the air, while the sorrow of loss brought a palpable heaviness. These stories unfolded in waves, each twist and turn echoing the complexities of life itself. The art of storytelling was more than just words. It was a communal experience that connected individuals in profound ways. In West African cultures, griots, traditional storytellers, held an esteemed place in society. They were historians, carrying the weight of their people's legacy in their voices. Their tales were accompanied by music that swept across the crowd, invoking emotions that words alone could not capture. A single note on the kora, a traditional harp, could transport listeners to the very essence of their heritage, allowing them to feel the pulse of their ancestors. In the Americas, indigenous tribes passed down their histories through intricate narratives that explained the world's creation, the cycles of nature, and the spirits that watched over them. The oral tradition was vital for survival, providing not just lessons in morality, but practical knowledge about the land, the seasons, and the animals that roamed it. Every story told around a crackling fire was a testament to resilience, a reminder that life could be both beautiful and harsh, but always worth living. But as the modern world marched forward, the role of storytelling began to shift. The advent of the printing press and later, the digital age, transformed how stories were shared. The intimacy of face-to-face storytelling faded into a cacophony of voices vying for attention on screens. Yet, the essence remained. The yearning for connection, for shared experience, never waned. Podcasts, online videos, and social media became the new campfires, where voices from all walks of life could be heard. Still, there was something unique about the oral tradition that couldn't be replicated. The warmth of a storyteller's presence, the shared glances of recognition among listeners, these moments created bonds that transcended words. The storyteller's ability to gauge the audience's reactions, adjusting their pace and tone, created a symbiotic energy that brought the narrative to life. Every laugh and gasp fueled the fire of the tale, creating a living, breathing experience that echoed from heart to heart. In that village under the stars, the elder continued, their voice rising to a fever pitch as they recounted a tale of betrayal and redemption. The listeners hung on every word, their eyes wide with anticipation. And just as our hero faced the darkest hour, when hope seemed lost, the tension in the air was electric. Every child and adult leaned in, hearts racing as they bridged the gap between the known and the unknown. The power of these stories extended beyond mere entertainment. They shaped cultures, instilling values and creating a sense of identity. From the creation myths of the ancient Egyptians, who spoke of Ra and Osiris, to the folk tales of the Brothers Grimm, which warned of the dangers lurking in the woods, storytelling served as a powerful tool for understanding the human experience. It helped to navigate the challenges of existence, presenting characters who faced trials that mirrored the struggles of everyday life. As the fire crackled, the elder wove a tale of love lost and found, of hearts broken and healed. The atmosphere thickened with emotion as the listeners felt the weight of the words. Tears glistened in the eyes of mothers, fathers, and children alike. Each person drawing from the well of their own experiences. They were no longer mere spectators. They were part of the story, their emotions intertwining with the characters as if they were living the moment themselves. The night deepened, and the stars twinkled like tiny lanterns in the sky, each one holding the stories of those who had come before. The storyteller's voice soared, carrying the audience through the peaks and valleys of human emotion, a timeless ride through joy, sorrow, love, and loss. The threads of connection grew stronger, binding everyone together in a shared understanding of their humanity. In that moment, as the fire flickered and the night sky enveloped them, the villagers became more than just listeners. They were the keepers of the stories, the torchbearers of a tradition that transcended time. They knew that as long as the stories lived on, so too would the spirit of their ancestors, whispering through the leaves and dancing in the flames. The tales would continue, threading through generations yet to come, ensuring that the art of storytelling would never fade away. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over the ancient village, its light mingling with the flickering flames from ceremonial bonfires. The air hummed with a tangible energy, as if the very fabric of reality was bending, inviting the past to dance with the present. This was not merely a night, it was a portal, a bridge connecting two worlds, the mortal and the divine. In a hushed whisper, the villagers gathered, their faces illuminated by the flames which flickered like the spirits they were about to summon. The shaman, adorned in vibrant feathers and beads that clinked softly with every movement, stood at the center, a living conduit between the earth and the heavens. His voice rose above the crackle of the fire, weaving stories of ancestors long gone, of heroes and deities who walked among them, leaving behind trails of wisdom and lessons wrapped in the folds of time. The rhythm of drums echoed through the night, each beat a heartbeat of the earth, pulsating with life and longing. The villagers swayed, caught in a trance, their bodies moving as one, tethered to the ancient songs that soared through the air like the very spirits they sought to invoke. Each song, each step, blurring the lines between their existence and that of the divine, sent shivers down their spines. They felt connected, not just to each other, but to something greater, something timeless that transcended the boundaries of their limited lives. As the night deepened, the shaman raised his staff, adorned with intricate carvings and symbols that held the weight of countless stories. He called upon the spirits of the ancestors, beckoning them with prayers and offerings of food and flowers. The air thickened with anticipation, and the villagers held their breath, eyes wide, hearts pounding. Would the spirits respond? Would the veil between the worlds dissolve, allowing them to glimpse the sacred? Suddenly, the wind picked up, swirling around them, a breath from the ancestral realm. Gasps of awe echoed as whispers seemed to ripple through the crowd, like laughter carried on the breeze. Some felt a gentle touch, cool against their skin, a sign that the spirits were present, that they were indeed listening. Others closed their eyes, surrendering to the moment, tears streaming down faces illuminated by the flickering firelight, overwhelmed by a sense of belonging, of being part of something profound and eternal. In the flickering shadows, figures began to emerge. Spectral forms, their features indistinct but their presence undeniable. Dressed in the garb of their times, they moved with an ethereal grace, weaving through the villagers, uniting the past and present in a single breath. The shaman's voice rose, a powerful incantation that resonated through the hearts of all present. The ceremony had shifted. It was no longer just a ritual, but a communion, a reunion of souls across time. The villagers could almost hear the stories of their forebears, the struggles, the triumphs, the laughter that echoed through the ages. With every beat of the drum, every crackle of the fire, they were reminded of their lineage, the blood that coursed through their veins, binding them to those who had walked before. As the night wore on, they felt the weight of history pressing upon them, enveloping them in a cloak of shared memories, fears, and dreams. The air grew tense as the shaman turned, facing the fire, eyes closed, surrendering to the rhythm of the drums. His body moved in a dance that spoke of creation, destruction, and rebirth. The flames rose higher, licking at the night sky, each flicker a salute to the spirits now present. In that dramatic moment, the line between the worlds blurred further. The villagers felt every heartbeat, their own mirroring the pulse of existence as they collectively drew in a deep breath, a sacred inhalation that united them with the cosmos. With a sudden explosion of sound, the drums shifted, a faster, more urgent rhythm that echoed through the night. The villagers responded, their movements wild and uninhibited, a release of all that had been pent up. They twirled and spun, laughter mingling with shouts of joy as the spirits seemed to joyfully join, the air thick with a palpable sense of playfulness. It was a celebration of life itself, a reminder that the cycles of joy and sorrow were woven tightly together by the threads of time. As the night reached its zenith, the atmosphere was electric, a culmination of passion and reverence. The shaman, caught in a trance, began to channel the spirits, speaking in a voice deep and resonant, ancient and wise. His words cascaded over the villagers, echoing like thunder, carrying prophecies and warnings, guidance and love. Each message was a reminder of their place within the grand tapestry of existence, urging them to honor the earth, the ancestors, and the divine that resided in all things. Then came the moment when the spirits reached out, not just as echoes of the past, but as living threads in the fabric of life. The air shimmered, and for an instant, the villagers could see glimpses of their ancestors, smiling, encouraging, protecting. The connection felt as real as the earth beneath their feet, sending shivers of excitement coursing through every heart present. With the night still alive with energy, the ceremony began to shift once more, flowing seamlessly into a new phase. The shaman beckoned the villagers to share their own stories, to speak the names of those lost, to honor their legacies. One by one, they stepped forward, voices trembling yet strong, weaving their own experiences into the sacred dialogue. The fire crackled in response, flames dancing higher, reflecting their emotions, grief and joy intertwined, creating a powerful tapestry of connection. What had begun as a simple gathering morphed into a powerful celebration of life, history, and connection, with every heartbeat, every word, every flame casting light upon their shared existence. The night stretched on, shimmering with potential, an endless cycle of connection, honoring the past while embracing the present. In that sacred space, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the villagers stood united, their spirits lifted, knowing that this night was not just an event, but an eternal echo, a reminder of the sacred ties that wove their lives together across generations. The ceremony, the stories, and the spirits would forever be intertwined, guiding them as they stepped boldly into the dawn that awaited. Their connection to the divine was not just a fleeting moment, but a continuous thread that would guide them through every shadow and light they would encounter. In a world where towering mountains kissed the sky and winding rivers carved their way through the earth, myths sprang forth like wildflowers after a rain. The air crackled with ancient whispers, tales of gods and heroes that echoed through the valleys. Each story shaped by the very land itself. Here, at the foot of the mighty Himalayas, the stories of gods were as high as the peaks and as deep as the gorges below. The mountains stood sentinel, their majestic presence both protective and intimidating. It was in these heights that the gods were said to dwell. Tales spread of how the thunderous storms that swept across the ridges were the roars of angry deities, punishing the earth for mankind's misdeeds. People believed that the mountains were the bones of the earth, ancient and powerful, giving birth to the stories that would be told around flickering fires. As generations passed, the people began to feel the pulse of the land beneath their feet. Their lives were woven into the fabric of geography, a tapestry of belief built on the contours of their surroundings. Rivers, too, played a crucial role in shaping legends. The Nile, revered by the ancient Egyptians, was not just a body of water, it was the lifeblood of a civilization. It overflowed with stories of Ra, the sun god, who rode his solar boat across the sky every day, bringing light to the world. The annual flooding of the Nile was a miracle, seen as a blessing from the gods, an event that inspired countless myths celebrating rebirth and renewal. Across distant lands, the Amazon River thrummed with life, a serpentine artery through the rainforest, teeming with creatures that leapt into folk tales like the vibrant colors of its fish. The indigenous tribes spoke of spirits that danced upon the waters, guiding lost souls home. The river was a passageway, not just for fish and boats, but for dreams and nightmares alike. Migrations mirrored the river's flow. People followed its winding path, settling along its banks, and each settlement became a cradle for its own myths, stories whispered from one generation to the next. Mountains and rivers shaped not just the physical landscape, but the very psyche of those who lived within their embrace. In Greece, the jagged peaks of Olympus were believed to be the home of the gods, a place where Zeus ruled with thunderbolts and Hera reigned over the skies. The very notion that the divine lived so close atop those rugged cliffs inspired poets, sculptors, and philosophers alike. The myths of Hercules and his trials were not simply stories. They were lessons rooted in the struggles faced by the people who toiled under the shadow of those mountains. Migrations brought new colors, new stories to these places. When tribes moved across the steppes of Central Asia, they carried with them their own tales, merging them with the myths of the lands they entered. The Silk Road was not just a trade route. It was a highway of legends, where the tales of dragons and silk-spun goddesses intertwined with the stories of warriors and wise men. With each caravan that crossed the arid deserts and snowy mountains, myths traveled, transforming and adapting, much like the people themselves. In myth, geography was not only a backdrop, it was a character in the story, full of emotion and tension. The volcanic eruptions of ancient Greece sparked legends of the gods' wrath, while the serene beauty of placid lakes inspired tales of love and romance. The landscape influenced the stories told. Sharp cliffs turned into epic battles, while gentle valleys birthed stories of peaceful coexistence. The cries of the winds were the voices of ancestors, and the rustling leaves held the secrets of ages long past. As people migrated, they brought along their myths, but they also left footprints in the sands of time, merging their beliefs with the landscapes. The Celts, with their rolling hills and ancient stone circles, interwove their nature-based spirituality into the very essence of the earth. The tales of fairies and spirits haunted the forests, where the wind whispered secrets of the old ones. Each tree, each rock, was a repository of stories that captured the imagination of all who walked among them. The tension in these tales often lay in the human struggle against nature. The floods that ravaged communities were viewed as divine retribution, tales of survival echoing through history. The legends of brave heroes battling fierce storms or conquering treacherous mountains served as metaphors for the challenges faced by the people who lived under the shadow of such grandeur. The stories became a bridge, connecting past and present, inspiring future generations to find strength in adversity. Underneath this rich tapestry of mythological storytelling, an undeniable connection between geography and human experience thrived. People became intertwined with the land. Their identities blended with the mountains, rivers, and valleys that surrounded them. A sense of belonging washed over them like the waves of the ocean, and they understood that their lives were shaped by the very earth they walked upon. In this intricate dance between nature and myth, the stories never truly ended. Each fold in the land, each ripple in the river, carried a promise of new tales to emerge. Just as the mountains would stand tall for centuries, the myths would rise and fall like the tides, each generation adding its voice to the chorus of humanity. The land would always give birth to stories, and the people would forever find meaning in their struggles and triumphs, flowing together like the rivers that bound them, endlessly shaping the mythic landscape of their existence. In the beginning, when the universe was a canvas of darkness, countless stories breathed life into the void. Each culture spun its own tale, etching the essence of creation into the fabric of their beliefs. These myths, vibrant and diverse, whisper of gods and cosmic forces, of chaos that birthed order, and of dreams that shaped reality. The echoes of these ancient stories resonate through time, each one a thread woven into the intricate tapestry of human existence. In ancient Mesopotamia, the waters of the primordial sea churned with possibility. From this chaos arose the fierce god Marduk, wielding lightning and thunder. As he engaged in battle with the monstrous Tiamat, the goddess of the salt sea, the heavens held their breath. The clash of titans sent shockwaves through the cosmos, and with a triumphant strike Marduk split Tiamat in half. From one half he crafted the heavens, and from the other the earth. It was a violent birth, yet from this turmoil sprang life itself, a delicate balance crafted from chaos. Meanwhile, across the vast stretch of land in the cold north, the Norse described a universe born from the frost and fire of Yggdrasil, the world tree. In the beginning, there was only a yawning abyss, Ginnungagap. But from the cold depths emerged the giant Ymir, his body forming the earth, his blood becoming the seas. The gods, Odin and his brothers, found him, and in an act of creation, they turned his remains into the world itself. Every mountain, every river, every blade of grass sprang forth from the remnants of Ymir's sacrifice. The frigid winds carried tales of valor and sacrifice, echoing through the valleys and mountains. Farther south, in the cradle of Egypt, the sun god Ra rose from the waters of Nun, the primordial chaos. His journey across the sky began each day with a triumphant emergence from the depths, a symbol of rebirth and renewal. Yet, the Egyptians believed that creation was also a tale of unity. From the tears of Ra, humanity was born, a direct connection to the divine. The gentle ripples of the Nile echoed the heartbeat of the gods, intertwining life and death in a sacred dance, each moment a reminder of the power of creation and the fragility of existence. In the heart of India, the Rigveda recounted the creation of the universe as a cosmic sacrifice. The hymn spoke of the Purusha, the cosmic being, whose body was dismembered to form the world. The sky emerged from his head, the earth from his feet, and humanity from his mind. This sacrificial act transcended mere creation. It symbolized the interconnectedness of all life. Every being, every creature held a piece of the divine. The rhythms of life pulsated through the ages, reminding all that they were part of something greater than themselves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows across the vast plains of the Americas, the stories of the native peoples echoed in the twilight. In the beginning, there was only the sky and the earth entwined in an eternal embrace. From their union, the first man and first woman emerged, tasked with the stewardship of this newly formed world. The creation story spoke of harmony, of balance, and of respect for nature. Every rock, every river, every creature was a sacred part of the family, deserving of care and reverence. The land whispered secrets, guiding generations to honor the spirits of the ancestors. In the distant archipelago of the Pacific, the Polynesian people spoke of the goddess Hina, who formed the islands from her tears, each drop a testament to love and longing. As she wept, the islands rose from the ocean, bathed in beauty and light. The tales of creation were not simply about the world beginning. They were a celebration of life, of the deep bonds that tied the people to the land and the sea. Each island held stories of ancestors, of love, of resilience, and the unyielding spirit of humanity. Every culture, with its unique lens, painted a picture of creation that resonated with the human experience. The stories ignited emotions that spanned generations. They excited the imagination, evoked tears, and sometimes sent shivers down the spine. Each tale was a mirror reflecting not just the past but also the hopes, fears, and aspirations of those who told them. They were warnings wrapped in wisdom, an invitation to understand the world and one's place within it. But as the myths intertwined, a deeper truth emerged. Underneath the vibrant imagery and the powerful gods lay a common thread, the struggle between chaos and order, light and darkness, creation and destruction. The stories echoed with the primal fear of nothingness, the desire for connection, and the eternal quest for meaning. They resonated with the heartbeat of humanity, a reminder that despite cultural differences, people have always sought to understand the mystery of their existence. With each tale, the air thickened with anticipation, drawing the reader closer, as if the very fabric of life hung in the balance. From the clash of gods in Mesopotamia to the gentle rippling waves of the Polynesian shores, The myths of creation were a testimony to the universality of human experience. They were a call to remember, to reflect, and to recognize that every being on this earth shares a common ancestry, a shared story that is still being written today. The fire crackled in the distance as the night deepened, and the stars bore witness to the unfolding narrative. With every heartbeat, the myth of creation whispered, urging all to listen, to feel, and to embrace the wonder of existence. The stories, vibrant and alive, beckoned for the next chapter, intertwining the ancient with the present, shaping the future with every word spoken beneath the vast, watchful sky. The sun hung low over the ancient city of Uruk, casting long shadows over the mighty walls that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Inside those walls, a king named Gilgamesh roamed, part god and part man, wrestling with the profound weight of mortality. His heart, though made of stone, pulsed with a longing for something more, an echo of the human experience that would ripple through time. Such was the power of the Epic of Gilgamesh, a tale that transcended its ancient Mesopotamian roots, whispering to countless generations about friendship, love, loss, and the relentless search for meaning. As the dawn of civilization unfolded, tales emerged not merely as entertainment, but as a mirror reflecting the triumphs and sorrows of human existence. The Epic of Gilgamesh, dating back to around 2100 BCE, stands as one of the oldest written stories known to humankind. It introduced Enkidu, a wild man created by the gods, whose friendship with Gilgamesh awoke a dormant empathy in the king. Together, they faced monsters and embarked on grand adventures, only to confront the haunting specter of death, a theme that would resonate through the ages, echoing in the hearts of those who would come after. Fast forward to the shores of ancient Greece, where another tale was taking shape under the watchful eyes of the Muses. Homer, a bard of extraordinary talent, composed the Iliad and the Odyssey, weaving narratives that explored love, honor, and the capricious nature of fate. The clash of Achilles and Hector on the fields of Troy sent shivers down the spine, a vivid reminder that glory is often entwined with suffering. The characters breathed with such life. Each warrior's cry, each woman's lament, painted a landscape of raw emotion that still reverberates today. Achilles, the proud and fierce warrior, found himself locked in a battle not only with Troy but with his own demons. His rage, ignited by the loss of his dear friend Patroclus, spiraled into a frenzy, leaving a trail of destruction. Even the gods could not remain aloof, their whims and quarrels echoing through the mortal realm. This complex interplay of divine and human captured the essence of existence, an eternal dance where love and vengeance intertwined like threads in a tapestry. The stories didn't stop there. As centuries turned, writers began to blend the threads of these epic narratives, drawing on the weight of Gilgamesh and the drama of Homer. The echoes of their tales reverberated through time, influencing cultures across the globe. From the rich sands of Persia to the bustling streets of Rome, the essence of epic storytelling became a vessel for human emotion, an avenue for people to confront their fears and aspirations. In India, the Mahabharata emerged, a sprawling epic that told the tale of a great war between two families. Themes of dharma, righteousness, and the consequences of one's actions flowed through its verses, as characters grappled with the moral complexities of life. The hero Arjuna stood at the crossroads, facing his kinsman on the battlefield, paralyzed by the weight of his duty. Krishna's counsel opened a window to the soul, speaking of duty beyond self-interest, a lesson that transcended time and culture. The world turned, and in the medieval heart of Europe, the echoes of the past found new life in the tales of King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table. Chivalry and honor danced alongside betrayal and love, as Lancelot's love for Guinevere painted a passionate but tragic portrait of human desire. The Arthurian legends, steeped in the mystical and the moral, set the stage for a new age where stories served as both entertainment and moral compass. But even in the shadows of these proud narratives, the cycle of creation continued. As the Renaissance blossomed, writers like Dante and Shakespeare drew from the wellspring of earlier epics. Dante's Divine Comedy explored the depths of human sin and redemption, while Shakespeare's characters danced through love and tragedy, echoing the timeless themes of heroism and folly. The human condition remained at the forefront, a thread weaving through every tale, binding past to present in an endless loop of shared experience. Then came the modern era, where narrative forms evolved, yet the heart of storytelling remained unchanged. Novels, films, and plays emerged, all echoing the ancient rhythms of Gilgamesh and Homer. The struggles against fate, the quest for identity, and the power of love and loss continued to resonate, transcending the boundaries of time and culture. Each storyteller, in their unique way, became part of a vast tapestry, echoing the themes that have haunted and inspired humanity for millennia. And so, the epic narratives kept flowing like the rivers that once nourished the civilizations of old. With every word penned, every performance staged, they whispered truths that transcended the ages. The tension of life and death, the joy of love, the pain of loss, were all cradled gently in the arms of storytelling. The past and the present merged, a continuum of shared humanity, inviting all to listen, to feel, and to remember. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow upon the world, the echoes of Gilgamesh, Homer, and countless others lingered in the air. Their stories wove through the hearts of those who dared to listen, binding them in an unbreakable bond of shared experience and emotion. Each new tale added to the chorus, a melody of hope and despair that would resonate for generations to come, leaving listeners hanging on the edge of their seats, yearning for more. In the dim glow of a flickering fire, a weathered elder sat surrounded by eager faces, their eyes wide with a mix of wonder and fear. He spoke softly, yet his words carried the weight of centuries, each syllable a thread in the tapestry of fate woven through the lives of all who listened. "The stars above us," he said, "are not mere points of light. They are the eyes of the gods, watching, judging, and sometimes, just sometimes, guiding us on paths we cannot see." An electric hush fell over the group, for they understood that to speak of fate was to dance with the very essence of existence itself. In the ancient cities of Mesopotamia, where the mighty rivers flowed, the belief in fate was as intricate as the cuneiform script that lined their clay tablets. Priests and priestesses dedicated their lives to deciphering omens and signs, interpreting the will of the deities who ruled the heavens. From the moment a child took its first breath, the threads of destiny were spun, intertwining the lives of individuals with the grand tapestry of the cosmos. They viewed themselves as players upon a stage, each role predetermined yet shadowed by the choices they made. In Greece, the Fates, three enigmatic sisters, spun, measured, and cut the threads of human lives. Clotho began the story, spinning the thread of life. Lachesis determined its length, and Atropos, with her unyielding scissors, severed it when the time came. The Greeks revered these sisters, for they were the embodiment of destiny, a force that even the mightiest gods could not defy. Yet, within this rigid framework of fate, humans sought to carve out their own paths, battling against the unchangeable with fierce determination. They believed that while the fates may spin the thread, the strength of the heart could weave patterns unseen. In the bustling market of Athens, a young woman named Callista felt the weight of her impending marriage looming over her like a storm cloud. Her parents had chosen her suitor, a wealthy merchant, yet her heart beat for someone else, a humble poet who sang verses of love beneath the olive trees. The conflict stirred within her, an internal battle as fierce as any fought on the battlefield. Was she to succumb to the fate that had been laid before her, or could she challenge the very fabric of destiny? The tension hung in the air, thick and palpable as she stood at the crossroads of her life. Meanwhile, in ancient Egypt, the concept of Maat reigned supreme, It encompassed truth, balance, and cosmic order. To live in accordance with Ma'at was to align with fate, to understand that every action, a kind word, a selfish deed, a moment of bravery, echoed through the annals of time. The Egyptians believed that upon death the heart would be weighed against the feather of Ma'at. A heart heavy with sin would seal one's fate to the void, while a light heart would dance into the afterlife. This profound belief instilled a sense of moral duty. Every choice was not merely personal, but entwined with the cosmos, a ripple in the vast sea of existence. Yet, within the grand design of destiny, there lay an undeniable truth. The struggle against it was as ancient as humanity itself. In the harsh mountains of the Himalayas, the people spoke of the concept of karma, a belief that every deed, good or bad, would eventually return to the doer. The elders would gather around fires, sharing tales of those who fought valiantly against their fates, only to find that destiny had its own plans. A brave warrior, once celebrated for his victories, found himself in a twist of fate, his downfall written in the stars long before he drew his sword. The whispers of fate took on a life of their own, echoing in the hearts of those who dared to defy it. As twilight deepened, the elder's voice grew more intense, drawing his listeners closer. "Fate," he said, "is a river that flows relentlessly, but we are not merely leaves caught in its current. We are stones that can change its path." The fire crackled, casting shadows that danced like the specters of their ancestors, reminding them that their choices mattered. They could embrace their destinies or confront them, shifting the narrative of their lives even when the odds seemed insurmountable. In the vibrant streets of Rome, the belief in destiny was equally powerful. The Romans looked to the augurs, those who interpreted the signs of gods through the flight of birds or the entrails of sacrificed animals. Every decision, from the smallest to the grandest, was steeped in divine significance. Yet as emperors rose and fell, the people began to question whether they were truly bound by fate or if they could mold their own destinies. The story of Julius Caesar became legendary, a tale of ambition and warning, as soothsayers foretold his demise. "Beware the Ides of March," they cautioned, yet he ventured forth with bravado, only to meet the sharp edge of history. The tension of free will versus destiny played out against the backdrop of marble columns and grand triumphs, a reflection of the human heart's longing for control in an unpredictable world. As the night wore on, the elder's words, tempered by the crackling flames, intertwined with the thoughts of those gathered around him. Fate was not just a predetermined path, it was a dance, a fight, a negotiation with the cosmos. The air hummed with the electric energy of possibility, the realization that they were not mere puppets in the grand play of life, but actors capable of rewriting their scripts, even if only for a fleeting moment. In the depths of their hearts, they carried the knowledge that destiny, while powerful, was also malleable. The stories of their ancestors resonated through the ages, each tale a reminder that within the constraints of fate lay the potential for rebellion, love, and the unquenchable spirit of humanity. As the elder's voice faded into the night, leaving a lingering sense of hope and defiance, the flickering shadows danced on, waiting for the next chapter of fate to unfold. The fire crackled softly, and one could nearly hear the whispers of the past urging them forward, ready to confront whatever awaited them just beyond the horizon. In the dim light of a flickering candle, the air is thick with the scent of roses and the gentle whisper of silk brushing against skin. A lover's gaze, filled with longing, meets another's, and in that moment, the world outside fades, leaving only the magic of two souls intertwined. Yet, beneath the beautiful surface of love lies a tangled web of myths and legends that have shaped hearts for centuries. Take, for instance, the tale of Orpheus and Eurydice. Their love story, a haunting melody that echoes through time, is one of both beauty and tragedy. Orpheus, with his enchanting music, could charm even the stones. His heart belonged to Eurydice, a nymph whose laughter could light up the very darkest corners of the earth. But fate, with its cruel hands, snatched her away, and Orpheus descended into the underworld, determined to reclaim his beloved. His music softened the heart of Hades, the god of the dead. Yet, in a moment of doubt, he turned to look back at Eurydice just before they reached the surface, and in that instant, she was lost to him forever. This story whispers to the depths of the heart, reminding lovers of the fragile nature of trust and the consequences of a moment's hesitation. Then there's the passionate tale of Cleopatra and Mark Antony, a love that ignited like wildfire. Cleopatra, the fiery queen of Egypt, was a woman who wielded power with charm and intelligence. Mark Antony, a Roman general, fell under her spell, and their love became a force that shook empires. Yet their passion was marked by betrayal, political intrigue, and the relentless march of time. Their downfall was not merely a result of their love, but of a world that could not understand it. It serves as a stark reminder that love can be a double-edged sword, capable of bringing both ecstasy and ruin. In the shadows of the past, the myth of Tristan and Isolde weaves a tale of forbidden love that transcends the boundaries of time. This tragic romance tells of a knight and a princess bound by a love potion that ignited an all-consuming passion. Their love, however, was not meant to be. It existed in a world of feuding kingdoms and unyielding loyalty. As they fought to be together, their choices led to heart-wrenching betrayals and a fate sealed by tragedy. The story of Tristan and Isolde speaks to the idea that love can be a beautiful illusion, often leading us down paths of darkness even as it shines brightly. The myth of Pygmalion and Galatea adds another layer to the complex tapestry of love. Pygmalion, a sculptor disillusioned by the flaws of real women, carves an ivory statue of his ideal woman, Galatea. His longing is so deep that the gods, moved by his passion, breathe life into the statue. Their love blossoms, challenging the notion of perfection and the idea that love can be created rather than found. This tale echoes through the ages, suggesting that the pursuit of an ideal can lead to fulfillment, but also to disillusionment when perfection can never truly be attained. The tragic fate of Lancelot and Guinevere serves as a powerful reminder of the cost of desire. Lancelot, a noble knight, and Guinevere, the queen, find themselves entangled in a love that defies honor and loyalty. Their affair, a burning flame in a world of chivalry, leads to the downfall of Camelot and the loss of everything they hold dear. This myth captures the intensity of love that knows no bounds, but also illustrates the chaos it can unleash when desire overcomes duty. As dusk falls, the tale of Heloise and Abelard lingers in the air, a poignant reminder of love's transformative power and its potential for heartbreak. Heloise, a brilliant scholar, and Abelard, her passionate tutor, fell in love in a time when such unions were forbidden. Their secret letters, filled with longing and intellect, painted a portrait of love that transcended the ages. But society's cruel constraints shattered their dreams, leaving them with nothing but memories and a yearning that would last a lifetime. Their story beckons with the bittersweet truth that love can flourish in secrecy, yet crumble under the weight of societal expectations. In the midst of these legends, the myth of Cupid and Psyche captivates with its intoxicating blend of love and trials. Psyche, a mortal of extraordinary beauty, captures the heart of Cupid, the mischievous god of love. But doubt and curiosity lead her into a world of darkness, testing the strength of their bond. The trials she faces to be reunited with Cupid reveal the resilience of love and the importance of faith. This tale whispers to every heart, reminding us that true love often requires sacrifice and unwavering belief in one another. And as the candle flickers, the air thickens with passion as the stories intertwine. Each myth, a thread in a greater tapestry, serves as a reminder that love is not merely an emotion, but a force that shapes destinies. These tales invite reflection on the timeless dance between desire and consequence, passion and loss. The echo of each story resonates, leaving behind a lingering sensation that love, in all its forms, is a wild and unpredictable journey. As night deepens, the shadows grow longer, and the stories wait, ready to spill into the next chapter. The lessons of love and desire hang in the air, enticing those who dare to dream and to love fiercely, yet tread cautiously. The myths live on, urging hearts to dive headfirst into the depths of emotion, knowing that in love's embrace, both ecstasy and agony dance hand in hand, forever entwined. A flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, casting eerie shadows across the desolate battlefield. It was a place where echoes of ancient battles lingered, whispers of warriors past still resonating in the air. The wind howled, carrying with it the weight of countless souls who had fought bravely for the light against the suffocating darkness. Here, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the eternal struggle between good and evil played out in a dance as old as time itself. In the annals of history, there have been many moments when the forces of light and shadow collided. Take the epic clash at the dawn of time, when the Titans of Greece, embodiments of chaos and order, faced off against the Olympian gods. The ground trembled as bolts of divine energy split the sky, and the air crackled with tension. Good and evil were not just abstract concepts. They took on tangible forms, fighting for supremacy over the fate of humanity. Fast forward to the Middle Ages, where knights in shining armor battled not only for land and glory, but also for the very soul of their civilization. The Crusades were more than mere campaigns. They were cosmic conflicts imbued with faith, hope, and despair. The banners of the cross clashed against the crescent moon, each side believing fervently that they were the harbingers of righteousness. As swords clanged and arrows whistled through the air, the cries of the fallen mingled with prayers whispered in desperation. In those moments, the battlefield transformed into a staging ground for a cosmic play, where the stakes were nothing less than the salvation of the human spirit. Yet the conflict was not confined to the surface of the earth. Far above in the heavens, an even greater struggle raged. The ancient story of the war in heaven, where Lucifer and his followers were cast out for their rebellion against the divine, serves as a reminder of the celestial battles that shape our existence. The angels, bright and pure, clashed against the forces of darkness, their wings shimmering in the radiant light of creation. Every conflict echoed the primal theme: a fight for allegiance, a struggle for hearts and minds. It was a cosmic dance where every choice tilted the balance between hope and despair. The echoes of these battles reverberated through time, shaping cultures and civilizations. In ancient Egypt, the tale of Osiris and Set unfolded, a story of betrayal and resurrection. Set, the god of chaos, sought to destroy Osiris, the embodiment of order and rebirth. Their rivalry played out in the very fabric of the cosmos. The Nile flooded, crops withered, and the sky turned dark whenever their conflict flared. Good and evil were not distant entities. They were part of everyday life, influencing the rhythms of nature and the course of human destiny. As centuries passed, the great battle took on new forms. The Enlightenment era ignited a conflict between reason and superstition, as thinkers like Galileo and Newton stood against the shadows of ignorance. The struggle for knowledge was not just a search for truth. It was a war against the unseen forces that sought to keep humanity shackled in darkness. The flicker of reason battled against the looming shadows of dogma, each idea a spark that could ignite hope or despair. The 20th century brought its own dramatic turn. The world watched as the dark specter of totalitarianism rose, threatening to engulf nations in its suffocating grasp. The clash between the Axis and Allied powers during World War II became a battlefield not just for territory, but for the very essence of humanity. The horrors of the Holocaust revealed the depths of evil that could arise when shadows were allowed to flourish unchecked. Yet in the midst of this darkness, stories emerged of bravery and sacrifice, of individuals who stood against tyranny, illuminating the path toward a just world. Even today, the cosmic conflict plays out in myriad forms. With every act of kindness, every battle for justice, the forces of good push back against the tide of greed and hatred that threatens to consume society. Social movements, from civil rights to climate justice, are contemporary battlegrounds where the echoes of ancient struggles resonate. The fight against oppression and inequality is a reminder that the battle between good and evil is not confined to history books. It is alive and breathing in the hearts of those who dare to stand up for what is right. In the present moment, as storms gather on distant horizons, the air thickens with anticipation. The stage is set for yet another clash. A swirling tempest where the choices of individuals will ripple through time. The consequences of these choices may very well echo into eternity, shaping the fabric of existence itself. A decision made in a quiet moment can ignite a revolution, while silence in the face of injustice can plunge the world deeper into darkness. As the lightning flashes and the winds screech, the battle continues, unfurling across time and space. Forces of light and shadow converge, entwined in a dance that is as thrilling as it is terrifying. Each heartbeat is a reminder that good and evil are not mere concepts, but living, breathing entities that shape the world around us. The stakes are high, and the outcome is uncertain. Yet, in the depths of this eternal conflict lies the undeniable truth. The human spirit, with its flickering hope, stands as a beacon against the encroaching night. As the night deepens, the battlefield remains ever alive, a canvas of tension and emotion waiting for the next movement, the next choice that will either tip the scales toward light or plunge them further into shadow. Each heart beats with the rhythm of this cosmic conflict, a reminder that every generation carries the weight of this timeless struggle. And somewhere in the distance, the sound of battle drums begins to echo once more, calling forth the champions of light and the harbingers of darkness for the next great confrontation. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the ancient lands of the Near East. In the distance, the ziggurats of Babylon rose like stone giants, their tiered surfaces capturing the last golden rays of daylight. The air was thick with the scent of incense and the murmurs of traders, priests, and families. But beyond the daily hustle and bustle, tales whispered through the streets, echoing with the weight of gods, demons, and heroes long forgotten. This was a world where myths painted the skies and stories of creation danced upon the lips of those gathered around flickering fires. These tales intertwined like the roots of an ancient tree, with Babylon, Sumer, and Assyria, forming a tapestry of beliefs that transcended time. In Sumer, the Epic of Gilgamesh held a mirror to the human soul, detailing the journey of a king who sought immortality. His quest was not just for eternal life, but a desperate yearning for understanding, a reflection of humanity's own fears and desires. The stories of Enkidu, the wild man created by the gods, resonated with the struggle between civilization and nature, a battle that tugged at the heartstrings of every listener. The bond between Gilgamesh and Enkidu was one of deep friendship, a poignant reminder that even the mightiest heroes are not immune to love and loss. Meanwhile, in the majesty of Babylon, Marduk rose as a symbol of victory and order. The Enuma Elish, a Babylonian creation myth, unfolded like a grand epic, depicting the triumph of Marduk over the chaotic forces of the universe. With each word spoken, the air crackled with tension as the story revealed how Marduk defeated Tiamat, the primordial goddess of the Salt Sea. Their battle was not just for dominion, but a cosmic struggle that mirrored the eternal conflicts within the human heart. As Tiamat's monstrous form twisted and turned, her rage echoed the turmoil of the world, while Marduk's courage ignited hope in the hearts of the people, reminding them that darkness could be conquered. In Assyria, the legends took on a fierce tone, painting a picture of gods who walked among mortals, wielding power with a heavy hand. The myth of Ashurbanipal, the warrior king, spoke to an age where might and wisdom battled for supremacy. His library at Nineveh was a treasure trove of knowledge, filled with clay tablets inscribed with tales of gods and heroes. But even a king of such renown faced the specter of vulnerability. The rebellions that flared across his empire mirrored the struggles within his own heart. A king torn between duty and desire, power and compassion. Woven into these stories were themes of love and loss, creation and destruction. The gods were not distant deities. They lived, breathed, and felt like the mortals who worshipped them. In the chaos of the world, they often displayed very human emotions: jealousy, anger, and even vulnerability. When Ishtar, the goddess of love and war, fell for the mortal priest Tammuz, her heartache became a tale of tragedy that resonated through time. The cycle of life and death embodied in Tammuz's seasonal journey from the underworld became a poignant metaphor for the human experience. The people of Sumer and Babylon mourned him, their tears watering the earth and ensuring the rebirth of crops each spring. As twilight deepened, the stories continued to flow, captivating all who gathered. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows on the faces of listeners, their eyes wide with wonder. They were drawn into the drama of the gods, their laughter and sorrow echoing through the ages. There was something visceral about the way the stories wrapped around their hearts, pulling them into a realm where anything was possible. The ancient scribes had etched these myths into stone, but they lived on in every shared moment, in every breath taken beneath the vast starry sky. The air thrummed with anticipation as ancient conflicts played out in vivid detail. The battle of the gods was not merely a tale of old. It was a reminder that the struggles of today mirrored those of the past. The clash of Marduk and Tiamat was a cosmic representation of humanity's own struggles, against chaos, against fear, against the unknown. It reminded everyone that even the greatest victories often came at a price, that sacrifice was woven into the fabric of existence. In a moment of hushed reverence, the listeners recalled the story of Utnapishtim, the Sumerian Noah, who survived a great flood sent by the gods to cleanse the earth of its sins. His journey on the vast, tumultuous waters echoed the fears of those who faced natural disasters, the uncertainty that gripped their lives. After the storm, Utnapishtim found himself changed, tasked with carrying the wisdom of the gods, a burden heavy with the knowledge of mortality and the weight of survival. This tale, like so many others, blended fear and hope, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of those who heard it. As the night deepened, the air thickened with the weight of these ancient stories that danced through the flames and flickered in the eyes of the listeners. Each tale was a thread in the grand tapestry, connecting hearts and minds across generations. The power of these myths transcended time, resonating with the very essence of the human experience. They were not merely stories, they were lifelines, reminders of the fragility and beauty of existence. Outside, the stars blinked down like the eyes of the gods, watching, listening, and waiting. The echoes of these ancient myths lingered, hovering in the air like a whispered promise, drawing everyone deeper into a world filled with wonder and wisdom. The tale of humanity's connection to the divine, the struggle against chaos, and the search for meaning continued to unfold in the hearts of those who dared to listen, their souls intertwined with the echoes of a time long past. Struck by a bolt of lightning, Zeus, king of the gods, stood on Mount Olympus, his eyes flashing with fury. Below him, the world trembled, caught in the throes of divine drama. The clouds roared and rumbled, echoing the ancient conflicts of the Olympians and Titans, a saga of power, betrayal, and fate. This was not just a battle of gods, it was a clash of titans, a tale woven through the ages that still sends shivers down the spine of humanity. On one side, the Olympians, led by Zeus, had seized the throne after defeating the Titans, their own forebears. With might and cunning, they carved out a new order in the heavens, ruling over the elements, the seas, and the earth. Hera, fierce and vengeful, stood by her husband, the queen of the gods, her jealousy as potent as any weapon. Poseidon, god of the sea, wielded his trident with reckless abandon, capable of summoning storms and tidal waves with a mere flick of his wrist. Demeter, goddess of the harvest, blessed the earth with bounty, yet had a heart that could wither in grief. In the shadows loomed the Titans, once the rulers of the cosmos, now cast aside. Cronus, their leader, had devoured his own children in a desperate bid to maintain power, only to be overthrown by the very son he feared. The bitterness of betrayal and loss festered deep within him, a reminder of his own flaws and failures. Rhea, his wife, mourned for her children as they struggled against the chains of destiny. The Titans were not mere villains. They were tragic figures, embodying the complex tapestry of life's aspirations and downfalls. The ancient Greeks breathed life into these characters, shaping their stories with emotion and vivid detail. They believed that the gods were not distant beings. They were intimately intertwined with human fate, their laughter echoing in the joy of a wedding, their wrath felt in the howl of a storm. In every corner of the land, temples were erected, sacrifices were made, and prayers ascended to the heavens, a constant plea for favor and understanding. Amid these tales of power, love, and vengeance, the legacy of the Olympians and Titans continued to resonate. The stories were not static. They evolved, reflecting the fears and hopes of a society grappling with its place in the universe. Each myth served as a mirror, reflecting the human condition in all its glory and despair. These ancient narratives helped the Greeks make sense of their world, offering explanations for natural phenomena, the changing seasons, and the unpredictability of life. Even now, the echoes of Zeus's thunder and Hera's jealousy ripple through the fabric of culture. From literature to art, their stories inspire creations that speak of love's triumphs and the pain of betrayal. The very names of these gods and goddesses have woven themselves into our language, and their traits, wisdom, beauty, jealousy, are easily recognized in the lives of people today. The Olympians became symbols of human traits, and their flawed natures provided a sense of comfort. They laughed, cried, and fought, just like mortals, and that connection made them eternally relevant. It was in the tempest of Poseidon's wrath, the cunning of Athena in war, the longing of Aphrodite for love. Each tale resonated with the struggles of everyday life, drawing in listeners with its raw honesty. As the light of the torch flickered in the darkness of the ancient temple, the scent of burning incense filled the air, weaving through the stories of old. Priests recounted the legends with reverence, their voices rising and falling like the waves of the sea. Each word was a spell, binding the audience to the weight of those age-old tales. Listeners sat enraptured, hearts racing with the thrill of the gods' adventures, their own lives momentarily forgotten in the shadows of Olympus. But amidst the applause and reverence, there lay a lurking dread. For every victory of the Olympians came at a cost, and the Titans, despite their defeat, still held the power to haunt their dreams. The prophecy whispered of a cycle, one where chaos and order would forever dance together, each chasing the other in an eternal struggle. The very foundations of Olympus were built upon the ashes of the Titans, a reminder of the fine line between triumph and downfall. The tension mounted as tales turned to darker themes: the fall of Icarus, the tragic fate of Persephone held captive in the underworld, and the relentless pursuit of vengeance that drove gods and mortals alike to madness. This was a world where hubris led to downfall, where even the mightiest could falter under the weight of their pride. Heroes were born from the ashes of conflict, yet so too were the seeds of tragedy. In the quiet hours, when the night fell heavy and the stars blinked in anticipation, the stories of the Olympians and Titans merged, creating a tapestry of emotion that wrapped around all who dared listen. In every whispered tale, there lay a breath of life, a heartbeat that echoed through the ages. The legacy of these gods was not merely a collection of myths, it was a living entity, pulsating with energy and emotion, urging all to remember that they were part of something far greater than themselves. As the torchlight flickered, illuminating the faces of the enthralled audience, a haunting melody began to play. The laughter of the gods spiraled into the air, weaving a spell of enchantment that captivated all. The stories continued to unfold, richer and more complex, each twist and turn beckoning the listeners deeper into the world of gods and titans, where every choice led to unseen consequences and where the lines between love and hate blurred into one. And so, the legacy lived on, an unending tale spun through time, reaching into the souls of those who dared to listen, a reminder that they too were woven into the fabric of this extraordinary ballet of gods and mortals. The dance was far from over. It continued to swirl around them, each step resonating with the beats of their hearts, urging them to feel, to remember, and to believe. In the dim light of a flickering torch, shadows danced across ancient walls, whispering tales of gods and heroes, blood and betrayal. The thrill of the unknown hung thick in the air, like the scent of rain-soaked earth before a storm. This was the world of Roman mythology, where the echoes of Greek legends intertwined with the fierce heart of a burgeoning empire. Here, the gods were not merely distant figures residing on lofty peaks. They were woven into the fabric of everyday life, influencing the fate of mortals with every breath and heartbeat. As the Romans took in the stories of the Greeks, they did not simply mimic them. No, they transformed them, breathing new life into the myths that had traveled across the Mediterranean. Jupiter, once known as Zeus, emerged as the mighty king of the gods, but with a more pronounced sense of authority and discipline that echoed the Roman ideals of governance and order. His thunderous presence was not just a mark of power but a symbol of Roman law, the backbone of society. Mortals looked to him not just for guidance but for protection, hoping his mighty hand would shield them from chaos. Mars, the embodiment of war, became the fierce protector of the Roman state, a figure of valor and ambition. In Greece he was more chaotic, but in Rome he was a disciplined general, a symbol of the might and glory of the legions that swept across lands, conquering and expanding the empire. His stories were sung in the streets, where soldiers sought courage in his name, and mothers prayed for the safety of their sons marching into battle. And then there was Venus, goddess of love, whose beauty captivated not only hearts but also the very fabric of the Roman psyche. Her allure was redefined in Rome. She was not just a figure of romantic love but also a symbol of prosperity and fertility. The Romans venerated her as the mother of their greatest hero, Aeneas, who fled the ashes of Troy to establish the lineage of Rome itself. Her presence echoed through temples and festivals, reminding the people that love and beauty were powerful forces that could unite or divide. Yet, with these adaptations came innovations that startled and enchanted. The Romans, ever practical, infused their mythology with lessons that resonated with their values. The story of Hercules, known in Greek as Heracles, morphed into a tale of endurance and duty. His 12 labors were not just feats of strength. They became parables of responsibility, teaching the virtues of perseverance and sacrifice for the greater good. The trials of Hercules were recounted not merely as tales of adventure, but as moral lessons that shaped the character of a citizen. In the streets and forums of Rome, the gods walked among the people, their tales infused with the spirit of the city. Festivals dedicated to deities like Saturn and Bacchus reflected the Roman love for celebration and excess. Saturnalia, a time of revelry, turned the social order upside down, where slaves and masters exchanged roles, reminding everyone of the transience of power. Bacchus, the god of wine and fertility, stirred the hearts of the people, inviting them to indulge in the pleasures of life, to embrace joy amidst the harshness of reality. These festivals were not just moments of escape, they were vital expressions of the Roman spirit, where laughter and merriment danced alongside the weight of tradition. The interplay of gods and humans was rich with emotion. The stories of tragic lovers like Pyramus and Thisbe were woven into the cultural tapestry of Rome, echoing the eternal themes of love and loss. Their tale was a reminder of the fragility of life, a poignant reflection on the choices that led to their untimely demise. It resonated deeply with the Roman experience, where fate could be cruel and unpredictable, often swaying like a pendulum between fortune and ruin. The Romans also embraced the darker sides of myth. The fearsome goddess of vengeance, Nemesis, took on a prominent role, reflecting the Roman belief in retribution and justice. Her swift hand brought balance to the scales of fate, ensuring that hubris would not go unpunished. She stood as a reminder that the gods were not solely benevolent. They were just as capable of wrath. The stories of those who fell from grace, who dared to challenge the divine order, served as cautionary tales, keeping the populace grounded in humility and respect for the world around them. In this vibrant landscape, the legends grew and morphed, nurtured by the fertile soil of Roman ambition and creativity. They were not static. They evolved with each telling, adapting to the needs and desires of the people. Chthonic deities like Pluto, the ruler of the underworld, gained prominence as the Romans grappled with mortality and the afterlife. His realm became a place of contemplation, where the fears and hopes of the living intertwined with the stories of the dead. The underworld was no longer a dark abyss. It became a reflective space where the legacy of one's life echoed eternally. Yet, amid the grandeur and spectacle, a quiet tension lingered. The myths were not just entertainment. They were the lifeblood of the Roman identity. They defined who the Romans were and who they aspired to be. As the empire expanded, the stories of gods and heroes served as a unifying force, knitting together diverse cultures and beliefs into a singular narrative of Rome. But with each adaptation and innovation came the fear of losing the essence of what made the myths powerful. Would the stories still resonate if they drifted too far from their origins? The tension between tradition and transformation hummed beneath the surface like a hidden stream, ready to burst forth. It threatened to shatter the very foundation upon which the myths stood. As the empire grew, so did the ways in which people interpreted these ancient tales, leading to a rich tapestry of beliefs and practices that both honored and challenged the old gods. In whispered circles, the question lingered: could the new adaptation still hold the same weight as the original Greek tales? Would generations to come find solace and strength in these retellings? Or would the essence of the past slip away like sand through fingers? The gods watched, waiting as the stories continued to unfold, caught in the tension of change and the deep-seated yearning for connection that resided within every heart. In the misty twilight of an ancient world, where the sky blazed with colors unknown to mortals, the great tree Yggdrasil stood tall and mighty, its branches stretching out like the arms of gods. The air crackled with energy, whispering secrets of the realms beyond sight. Here, in this enchanted expanse, the fabric of existence was woven, connecting the 9 worlds that danced around each other like stars in a cosmic ballet. Each world was a thread, a story waiting to be told, and at the heart of it all lay Asgard, the shimmering home of the Aesir gods. Asgard was not just a place, it was a fortress of dreams and divinity, where the walls were made of pure gold and the halls resonated with the laughter of heroes. But amidst the splendor, a sense of urgency hung in the air. The gods, once fearless and invincible, now faced a threat from the depths of chaos itself. Shadows loomed, darkening the skies as the echoes of Ragnarok whispered through the land, a battle that would pit gods against giants, light against darkness, and fate against free will. In the distance, the faint sound of a horn pierced the silence, urging the inhabitants of Asgard to prepare. Warriors donned their armor, gripping their weapons with trembling hands, their hearts racing with the weight of destiny. Each breath felt heavier, every heartbeat a reminder that the end could be near. The mighty Odin, one-eyed and wise, stood atop the great hall of Valhalla, watching over the brave souls who would soon join him in the afterlife. His gaze was fierce yet forlorn, a king burdened by the knowledge that all would not end well. Beneath Asgard, the other world spun in a delicate balance. Midgard, the land of humans, vibrated with life, its people blissfully unaware of the storm brewing above. They lived their lives in pursuit of happiness, love, and adventure, oblivious to the cosmic threats watching them from afar. Yet, in the dark corners of their hearts, seeds of doubt and fear took root, mirroring the chaos that stirred just outside their realm. The giants of Jotunheim, ever envious of the gods and men alike, plotted their next move, their laughter echoing through the jagged mountains and icy caverns. Then there was Helheim, the realm of the dead, where shadows flickered like candle flames in the wind. Here, the souls of the unworthy lingered, yearning for release yet bound to the icy chains of their own making. Among them, the whispers of those who had fallen in battle mixed with the howls of the forgotten, creating a symphony of sorrow that resonated through the dark halls. Hel, the ruler of this forsaken land, watched with a cold and calculating gaze, knowing that the final act of this cosmic drama would soon unfold. Above it all, the shimmering bridge of Bifrost connected Asgard to the other worlds. Its colors danced like the northern lights, a pathway of divine energy that brought gods to mortals and vice versa. But the bridge was also a target, a vulnerability that the giants sought to exploit. A single crack in its surface could send the realm spiraling into chaos, and as the tension mounted, the guardians of Bifrost stood vigilant, knowing the weight of their task. In the heart of Asgard, the great council of the gods convened. Thor, with his hammer Mjolnir, radiated raw power, while the clever Loki, ever the trickster, toyed with fate itself. Freya, goddess of love and war, sat quietly, her heart heavy with the knowledge of sacrifices yet to come. Tensions flared as each god voiced their fears and hopes, the air thick with the scent of battle and desperation. They were bound by duty, yet each held their own secrets, their own plans to navigate the storm brewing on the horizon. The gods spoke of alliances and betrayals, strategies and sacrifices. They knew that with each passing moment, the giants grew bolder, their laughter filling the air like thunder. As they prepared for war, the shadows of their decisions crept into the light, the choices that would shape the fate of all worlds. The urgency pulsed like a heartbeat, quickening with every word exchanged, every glance shared. It was a dance of fate, where each step could lead to salvation or damnation. Meanwhile, in Midgard, a young warrior named Eirik felt the tremors of change beneath his feet. He dreamt of battles and glory, of standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods themselves. His heart raced as he trained day after day, honing his skills, unaware that he was destined to play a crucial role in the unfolding saga. Little did he know that the choices he made would ripple through the tapestry of fate, intertwining with the lives of gods and giants alike. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, the stage was set. The realms held their breath, waiting for the clash of steel and the cries of warriors. The gods prepared their champions, and the giants sharpened their weapons, eager to usher in the chaos of Ragnarok. The threads of fate tightened, weaving a narrative that was as beautiful as it was tragic. A story etched into the very fabric of existence. With each passing moment, the tension built, a storm brewing on the horizon. As the first stars blinked into existence, the line between courage and fear blurred. The echo of destiny could be heard in the distance, calling forth heroes, whispering promises of honor, and the eventuality of sacrifice. The abyss of uncertainty loomed, and the gods, with their strengths and flaws, stood ready to face the trials ahead, unaware of the true cost that awaited them. As the first clash of battle echoed through the realms, the worlds trembled, resonating with the cries of gods, giants, and men. In that crucial moment, everything changed, and the saga that bound them together was set into motion, a chain reaction that would ripple through time and space, binding them all in an inescapable fate. The realms watched, anxious and hopeful, as the dawn of a new age approached, where legends would be forged, hearts would be tested, and the very essence of life would hang in the balance. In the dim light of an ancient forest, the sound of rustling leaves whispered secrets of the past. Shadows danced as the moon peeked through the branches, illuminating the path where gods and heroes once tread. Here, the air buzzed with the energy of timeless stories, stories that shaped hearts and minds, binding families across generations with threads of valor, betrayal, love, and sacrifice. In the pages of the Mahabharata, a tale as vast as the sky unfolds, where the fate of kingdoms hangs on the choices of a handful of men. Among them stood Yudhishthira, the honest king whose heart was heavy like a storm-laden cloud, torn between dharma and duty. He faced a dire choice, playing a game of dice that would change the course of history. As he rolled the dice, the room fell silent, the tension electric. The stakes were impossible. Yet the dice tumbled mercilessly, sealing the fate of the Pandavas. The loss twisted like a knife through their hearts, leading them into exile, shrouded in despair. Across the land, the Kauravas, led by the fierce Duryodhana, reveled in their victory. Their laughter echoed like thunder, but beneath their triumph lay a deep, gnawing insecurity, a fear of the wrath that would follow. The stakes had been set. A battle loomed on the horizon, one that would not just determine rulers but delve into the very essence of righteousness. Each warrior, each villager felt the tremor of destiny in their bones. Meanwhile, in another tale, the Ramayana unfurled its tapestry of love and loss, weaving the threads of Lord Rama, the righteous prince who embodied virtue. His exile, born from a cruel twist of fate, saw him stripped of luxuries and titles, but never of his honor. With Sita by his side, noble and beautiful, they ventured into the wilds, where the raw beauty of nature clashed with the horrors lurking in the dark. The demon king Ravana, burning with desire and rage, cast a shadow over their love, abducting Sita and dragging her into the darkness of his fortress. The news of her kidnapping rippled through the land like a tidal wave, igniting a fierce fire in Rama's heart. The emotions surged as Rama sought allies among the most unlikely of friends. Hanuman, the mighty monkey god, soared through the skies with devotion that could move mountains. When he leaped across the ocean to deliver Rama's message to Sita, every beat of his heart echoed the purest form of love and loyalty. The sight of Sita, captured yet unbroken, stirred a blend of fear and hope. Her spirit was a beacon, shining even in the depths of despair, igniting the hearts of those who dared to fight for her freedom. As the armies gathered, the battlefield of Kurukshetra and the forests of Lanka became arenas where fate would clash. The warriors stood on both sides, clad in armor that gleamed under the sun, each one a tapestry of stories, sacrifices, and promises. The sound of conch shells reverberated through the air, signaling the start of battles that would reverberate across time. In the Mahabharata, the moment of truth arrived when Arjuna, the greatest archer, stood paralyzed by doubt on the battlefield. His gaze swept over the faces of friends and foes alike, his own kin. The anguish in his heart mirrored the complexities of human relationships. Yet, from the chariot, Lord Krishna, his charioteer and divine guide, spoke words that would echo through eternity. Do not let your fear bind you, Arjuna. Fight for what is just. Each word was a balm to Arjuna's soul, a reminder of his duty that cut through the fog of confusion. As arrows flew and the earth trembled beneath the clash of metal, stories of valor and betrayal unfolded with each heartbeat. The battlefield became a stage for dharma and adharma, where the lines were blurred and choices defined destinies. Draupadi, a woman wronged, stood as a symbol of resilience, her cries ringing out like a battle cry against injustice. Her dignity was a flame that refused to be extinguished, igniting a relentless pursuit for retribution. In the Ramayana, the battle against Ravana reached its zenith as Rama faced the demon king atop a burning battlefield. The clash was not just of swords, it was a collision of ideologies, of love versus lust, of duty versus desire. Every swing of Rama's bow spoke of a determination that transcended the physical realm. Hanuman's presence on the battlefield, charging with unwavering faith, ignited spirits. The air was thick with emotions: grief, hope, love, and the fierce resolve to protect what was good. In these epic tales, gods and mortals alike danced on the strings of fate, each thread woven with intention and consequence. Both epics held lessons that pierced the heart, teachings that transcended time, about the strength of the human spirit, the power of righteousness, and the eternal battle between good and evil. The words of sages and warriors echoed throughout the ages, reminding all who listened that within each of us lies the choice to rise above, to fight for what is right, and to love fiercely despite the odds. As the night deepened, the stories continued to swirl around the forest, wrapping around the listener like a comforting blanket, drawing them in, holding them captive with every twist and turn. The shadows seemed to pulse with the energy of warriors long past, their legacies lingering in the air, waiting to resonate with those who dared to remember. In the whispers of the night, the tales of courage and sacrifice beckoned, promising that the journey was far from over. With every heartbeat, the world of the Mahabharata and Ramayana loomed larger, a testament to the power of mythology that would never fade, forever entwined with the fabric of humanity. Under the vast expanse of a star-studded sky, the flicker of a campfire danced in the quiet night, illuminating faces etched with stories of old. The air was thick with anticipation as children huddled close, eyes wide, waiting to hear the ancient tales that held their world together. Each story was a thread, weaving the fabric of their identity, binding them to the earth and sky, to creatures that roamed the land long before them. Here was the birthplace of wisdom, a sacred space where myths breathed life into the past, shaping the present and guiding the future. As the storyteller began, a hush fell over the gathering. The crackling fire cast shadows that seemed to shift and sway, mimicking the spirits of ancestors who might have sat in such circles centuries ago. Each word spoken resonated with the heartbeat of the land, capturing the essence of a people who had endured, adapted, and thrived against all odds. The tales were not just for entertainment. They were lessons wrapped in layers of meaning, a reflection of existence, survival, and the deep-rooted connection to Mother Earth. In the stories of the Great Spirit, a powerful presence loomed large, guiding the people through trials and triumphs. The Great Spirit was not just a figure of worship. It was the whisper of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the rush of water in the rivers. It conveyed messages in the patterns of clouds and the songs of birds, reminding them of the interwoven relationships that defined their world. The people listened, their hearts swelling with pride and reverence for the natural world around them. Then came the tale of Coyote, the trickster, whose mischief sparked laughter and wisdom in equal measure. Coyote was clever, full of surprises, always challenging the status quo. In his antics there lay a deeper truth. Life was unpredictable, and one must learn to adapt, to find joy amidst chaos. The children giggled at his antics while the elders nodded knowingly, their eyes gleaming with recognition of their own experiences mirrored in the tales. Coyote's stories resonated with the complexities of human nature, the dualities of good and bad, wisdom and folly, creation and destruction. As the night wore on, the stories transformed under the weight of emotion. The tale of the first woman who molded the earth and gave life ignited a reverence that permeated the air. Her hands shaped the rivers, her breath filled the valleys, and her heart beat in rhythm with every living creature. She was a reminder that the sacredness of life came from nurturing and protecting all forms of existence. The listeners felt the warmth of her spirit, the power of femininity that nurtured the land and its people, a legacy they cherished and honored. Tension crackled in the air as the storyteller shifted to the darker tales, where the struggle for survival loomed large. Monsters and malevolent spirits challenged the brave heroes of old. These stories were not mere fantasies. They embodied the trials of the tribes who fought against the forces that sought to destroy their way of life. The protagonists displayed courage and determination, facing fears that mirrored the struggles of their own ancestors. Each battle waged was a testament to resilience, a call to remember that even in the darkest moments, hope flickered like the flame of the campfire. The children clung tighter to one another, hearts racing as they envisioned the fierce battles fought by their forebears. The heroes, armed with arrows and wisdom, became symbols of strength. They were a part of the listener's heritage, a lineage that spoke of unity, of standing strong against adversity. The stories served as a bridge between generations, connecting the young and the old in a shared understanding of their history, their identity. As dawn approached, the tales began to intertwine, blurring the lines between reality and myth. The stories flowed like the current of the river, a testament to the fluidity of cultural identity. The people were not defined by a single narrative. They were a tapestry of experiences, beliefs, and dreams woven together through time. Each myth carried a lesson, a fragment of wisdom that shaped their understanding of the world around them. In the tales of the seasons, the cycles of life were laid bare, the passing of time, the inevitability of change, the beauty of rebirth. The storyteller paused, letting the weight of the tales sink into the hearts of the listeners. A palpable silence enveloped the gathering, heavy with emotion and unspoken understanding. They were not merely hearers of stories, they were keepers of a sacred tradition. Each myth was a living entity demanding respect and reverence. It was in this moment that the threads of their cultural identity came together, binding them with invisible ties that transcended time and space. With the first light of dawn painting the sky in hues of gold and orange, the fires began to fade, but the stories lingered. Each listener felt the pulse of their ancestry coursing through their veins, a reminder that they belonged to something far greater than themselves. The myths were not just relics of the past, they were the very essence of who they were, guiding them in every step taken on the land that had cradled their ancestors. As the last embers glowed softly in the morning light, the storyteller's voice resonated within each heart. The myths of their people were alive, flickering like the fire forever illuminating the path ahead. The sun rose higher, ushering in a new day filled with promise, and the stories would continue to echo, carrying the weight of wisdom and the spirit of identity into the future. The threads of narrative intertwined seamlessly, binding generations together as life unfolded in a beautiful dance of tradition and memory. The world awaited, filled with stories yet untold, each a heartbeat in the vast tapestry of existence that would go on, an endless journey of shared wisdom. In the flickering light of a fire, under a blanket of stars, the elders gathered, their faces etched with the lines of countless stories. The air was thick with the scent of burning herbs, and the whispers of ancestors danced around them like the flames. Each crackle and pop of the fire seemed to carry the weight of history, a bridge between the living and the spirits that lingered just beyond their sight. As the moon rose, casting a silvery sheen over the land, tales began to unfold, stories of ancestors who walked the earth long ago, who still watched over their descendants. There was Niamey, the sky god, who spun the web of the universe, crafting the sun, the moon, and the stars with his hands. He was the lifeblood of the cosmos, breathing life into the earth, while his children, the abosom, embodied the forces of nature, the rivers, the mountains, the winds. Each of these deities was not merely a figment of imagination. They were woven into the very fabric of existence, revered and feared, for they held the power of creation and destruction. In the soft glow of the fire, a young girl named Amina listened intently to her grandmother's voice, rich and soothing. Her eyes sparkled with the reflection of the flames, filled with wonder and curiosity. The grandmother spoke of the spirits, the departed loved ones who roamed the earth as guides, protectors, and sometimes tormentors. The family lineage was honored, with each ancestor's name spoken aloud, ensuring they were never forgotten. The ancestors were not just memories. They were present, alive in the stories, in the songs, and in the very air they breathed. Suddenly, a chill swept across the gathering, and the flames flickered erratically. Amina shivered, sensing a presence, an unseen force that thickened the air around her. The elders turned their heads, their eyes scanning the shadows. "Listen," her grandmother urged, her voice trembling with reverence. "The spirits are near." Amina's heart raced, a thrilling mix of fear and excitement coursing through her veins. She felt the weight of the ancestors pressing in, their stories alive in the rustling leaves, the whispers in the night. The grandmother continued, recounting the tale of the great river spirit, a powerful entity known to protect the waters and the creatures that dwelled within. "Respect the river, and it will provide," she said, her voice imbued with urgency. "But anger it, and it will unleash its fury." Amina's imagination painted vivid pictures of swirling waters, of fish shimmering like stars beneath the surface, and of storms that could rip apart the very fabric of the land. A sudden gust of wind howled through the trees, sounding eerily like a cry of anguish. The elders fell silent, their faces grave. They exchanged worried glances, and Amina felt the pulse of fear settle in her stomach. Had they offended the spirits? Had they forgotten their offerings? The tension thickened, wrapping around them like a tight cloak, suffocating yet electrifying. Then, from the darkness, a figure emerged, a tall, shadowy being with an aura of majesty. It was the spirit of the great chief, a guardian of their lineage who had passed long ago. The elders bowed their heads, acknowledging the wisdom and power that radiated from him. "Honor your ancestors," he spoke, his voice echoing like thunder, "for they are your guides. Without them, you are lost." Amina's breath caught in her throat as she absorbed his words. The weight of responsibility settled on her young shoulders. She understood now that the stories were not just tales. They were a lifeline connecting her to her heritage. The ancestors were more than guardians. They were the very essence of who she was. They were the heartbeat of the land, intertwined with the trees, the rivers, and the sky. As the vision dissipated, leaving only the glowing embers of the fire, Amina's heart swelled with a newfound determination. She resolved to learn the stories, to carry them forward, to keep the connection alive. Around her, the elders whispered prayers, honoring the spirits that guided them. Their voices rose and fell like the tide, each syllable imbued with love and respect. But the night was still young, and the elements had much more to reveal. The wind began to stir again, this time bringing with it the scent of rain and the promise of change. The ground trembled slightly, as if the very earth was awakening to share its own stories. Amina's pulse quickened, and she could feel the energy buzzing around her, a vibrant call to attention. Suddenly, a roar echoed in the distance, a lion's call, powerful and commanding. It resonated through the darkness, a reminder of the wild spirits that roamed the savannah, guardians of nature itself. Amina's eyes widened with awe, and she felt a surge of excitement. The stories of the lion spirits echoed in her mind, tales of courage and strength, of the balance between fear and respect. She imagined the great beasts prowling through the grasslands, their eyes glowing with wisdom, reminding her that they, too, were part of this intricate web of life. "Listen to the call of the lion," an elder whispered. "It is a reminder that we are all connected. Every creature, every tree, every drop of water is part of the same story. Protect them, and they will protect you." Amina's heart raced with the realization that this was not just folklore, but a sacred truth that resonated through every living thing. As the rain began to fall softly, the elders raised their voices in song, their words weaving a tapestry of connection between generations. The rhythm of the earth matched the beat of their hearts, a symphony of existence that spiraled into the cosmos. Amina felt the rain mingling with her laughter, cleansing her spirit, awakening her to the wonders that lay ahead. The ancestors were not silent. They were alive, dancing with the raindrops, their whispers flowing like the river that carried their stories forward. The storm gathered strength, and flashes of lightning illuminated the night sky, striking like celestial arrows. Amina stood, her heart alight with purpose, feeling the weight of her ancestors' hopes and dreams within her. The spirits of nature were stirring, calling her to honor the land and its myriad wonders. She was a part of something much larger. It was an eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth, a story that would continue as long as there were voices to tell it. And the night was just beginning. Beneath the jagged peaks of ancient mountains and the twinkling lights of bustling cities, whispers of old tales flutter on the wind like autumn leaves. In the silence of the night, when the moon glows like a silver coin, the stories of gods, spirits, and brave heroes come alive, echoing through the valleys and the rivers. They reach into the hearts of those who listen, awakening a sense of wonder that has lingered for centuries. In China, the world spins around the legendary figures of Pangu and Nuwa. Pangu, a giant with a heart as fierce as thunder, was born from a cosmic egg. As he emerged, he split the heavens from the earth with his mighty hands, creating the landscape that would cradle humanity. With each breath, he shaped the mountains and filled the rivers, yet his life was short. When Pangu passed, his body transformed into the very world he forged. His blood became the rivers, his hair the forests, and his bones the mountains. Each element of nature pulses with the essence of his being, reminding all that life and death are intertwined in a beautiful cycle. Then there's Nuwa, the compassionate goddess who watched over her creations with a tender maternal gaze. When the world was marred by chaos, she molded humans from yellow clay, breathing life into them with her divine spirit. But this creation was not without its trials. The sky once cracked and the earth trembled, threatening to unravel everything Nuwa had worked for. In an act of selfless bravery, she repaired the heavens with 5 colored stones, holding the universe together with her own hands. Her story is a reminder that strength often lies in kindness, and true heroes are those who protect the vulnerable. Across the sea, in Japan, the tale deepens with the legendary siblings Amaterasu and Susanoo. Amaterasu, the sun goddess, radiated warmth and light, bringing life to the fields and joy to the people. She was a beacon of hope, illuminating even the darkest corners of the world. But her brother, Susanoo, was a wild spirit, driven by mischief and chaos. Their conflicting natures clashed like thunder and lightning, bringing forth a tempest that shook the heavens. In a fit of rage, Amaterasu hid herself in a cave, plunging the world into darkness. Despair gripped the earth, and the gods gathered, desperate for a solution. They devised a plan, luring Amaterasu from her hideaway with a mirror that reflected her own radiant beauty. As she stepped back into the light, the world blossomed once more. This myth serves as a poignant reminder of balance, the eternal dance of light and dark, chaos and order. It's a tale that stirs the heart, forcing one to ponder the struggles within their own soul. Meanwhile, in Korea, the story of Dangun, the legendary founder of the nation, unfolds like a sacred scroll. Born from the union of a bear and a heavenly prince, Dangun represents the harmony between humans and nature. His birth was shrouded in divine prophecy, heralding the emergence of a new era. As he established the first Korean kingdom, his spirit resonated with the land, intertwining the fate of the people with the mountains and rivers that cradled them. The very soil of Korea is said to hold the essence of Dangun's ambition and dreams, urging the people to remember their roots and honor their heritage. Yet, even in this noble tale, shadows loom. The myth of the red clay and the bear speaks of trials endured and the sacrifices made to nurture a new life. The bear, yearning to become a woman, underwent a harrowing transformation, living in solitude and eating only garlic and mugwort. This tale resonates with the struggle for identity and the lengths one will go to achieve their dreams. It is a stirring reminder that the path to greatness is often littered with sacrifices. From the dense forests of Korea to the rolling hills of Japan and the vast landscapes of China, the narratives of these cultures intertwine like threads in a rich tapestry. Spirits roam the mountains while ancient gods gaze down from the heavens, each story layered with emotions that stir the soul. They are living legends, echoing the fears, hopes, and dreams of countless generations. The spirits of the tiger and dragon, the phoenix and the crane, all inhabit these tales, representing courage and wisdom. The tales of these mythical creatures are not merely stories told by firelight. They are the very essence of belief that infuses the culture with life. The tiger's fierce spirit embodies strength and protection, while the dragon soars high, a symbol of nobility and power. Each creature carries with it a weight of history, a connection to the past that intertwines with the present. As the sun sets, casting an amber hue over the landscape, the stories continue to breathe life into the hearts of those who listen. The threads of myth weave into the fabric of everyday existence, shaping traditions, festivals, and rituals. The Lunar New Year in China, the cherry blossom festivals in Japan, the Chuseok celebrations in Korea, all echo the ancient tales and the spirits that dwell within them. These myths are not just remnants of a bygone era. They are living entities that exist in the hearts of people today. As children gather around their grandparents, wide-eyed and eager, the stories flow like a gentle river. Each telling ignites the imagination, creating a bridge between the past and the present. The warmth of shared tales wraps around families like a comforting blanket, fostering bonds that span generations. In these stories, there is a promise of continuity. As the world changes, the myths remain steadfast, reminding everyone of their origins and the values that bind them together. They are a call to remember, to honor, and to reflect on the journey of humanity, a journey filled with trials, triumphs, and the ever-present dance of the divine. The night deepens, and the air thickens with anticipation. Each whisper of the wind carries the weight of unspoken tales, urging listeners to lean in closer. The spirits linger, their presence woven into the fabric of reality, inviting all who dare to listen to uncover the richness of their own stories. With every heartbeat, the tales pulse with life, creating a rhythm that resonates deep within the soul, urging the next chapter to unfold. The moon hung high in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over the ancient stones of a forgotten temple. Shadows danced as whispers of long-lost souls caressed the night air. It was here, amid the crumbling pillars and the remnants of sacred altars, that the essence of humanity's deepest fears and desires began to intertwine with the fabric of myth. For eons, myths have shaped the very foundation of human psychology, weaving tales of gods and heroes that resonate within each of us, igniting emotions that refuse to extinguish. Consider the story of Prometheus, the titan who defied Zeus to bring fire to humanity. His defiance is not merely an ancient tale, it is a reflection of every person who has ever felt the urge to challenge authority, to reach beyond the confines of their existence. In the chilling moments when he was bound to a rock, his liver feasted upon by an eagle, one cannot help but feel a twinge of empathy. This agony speaks to the universal struggle between freedom and oppression, a battle that rages within the hearts of countless individuals throughout history. In the depths of suffering, we find connection. In Prometheus's torment, we see ourselves. In the vast tapestry of myths across civilizations, the themes resonate like echoes in a cavern. The Greeks, with their pantheon of gods, opened windows into the complexities of human nature. Aphrodite's beauty revealed insecurities about love and desire, while Ares personified the chaotic nature of war and conflict. Each character, each story, served as a mirror reflecting the spectrum of human emotion, drawing us closer to understanding our own psychological landscapes. Myths became more than mere stories. They transformed into the very language of our souls. Traveling eastward, the ancient tales of the Indian subcontinent unfurl, rich with lessons wrapped in vibrant imagery. The epic of the Mahabharata, a sprawling narrative of rivalry and duty, captures the essence of moral dilemmas faced by its characters. Arjuna's hesitation on the battlefield resonates with anyone who has ever grappled with choices that could alter the course of their lives. As arrows flew and blood was shed, the internal conflict of duty versus personal belief reverberated through time, binding generations in a shared experience of existential doubt. Here, myth breathes life into the complexities of human psychology, echoing in the hearts of those who walk their own paths of conflict. Crossing the seas to ancient Egypt, the story of Osiris unfolds, a tale of death, resurrection, and the eternal cycle of life. Osiris's journey from the underworld back to the realm of the living encapsulates the universal fear of mortality and the longing for rebirth. The annual flooding of the Nile was not merely a geographical event. It became a symbol of renewal, reflecting the human desire for hope in the face of despair. As the waters receded, bringing forth life anew, each person could find solace in the promise of rebirth, a reassurance that life, despite its trials, could flourish once more. In the frozen realms of Norse mythology, the haunting saga of Ragnarok speaks to the inevitability of change and destruction. The end of the world, intertwined with the promise of renewal, mirrors the cycles of despair and hope that every individual faces. Just as the gods face their impending doom, so too do humans grapple with their own fears of change, loss, and the unknown. As the final battle rages, the heart races with emotions: fear, courage, and ultimately, acceptance. The story resonates through the ages, revealing how deeply intertwined myth and psychology are, each feeding into the other, creating an endless loop of understanding. The rhythms of these tales twist and turn, like the very paths of our own lives. They rise and fall, reflecting moments of intense triumph and heartbreaking loss, evoking the goosebumps that remind us we are alive, that we feel, that we are part of something larger. Each myth serves as a portal, inviting us to confront our fears, embrace our desires, and connect with the raw essence of being human. The power of myth lies not merely in the stories themselves, but in their ability to resonate with the core of human experience. These narratives, passed down through generations, speak to our hidden truths, illuminating the dark corners of our minds where fear and hope collide. They remind us that we are not alone in our struggles, that our emotions are shared across time and space, binding us together in an intricate web of existence. As we journey through the corridors of mythology, the tales continue to speak, their messages flickering like the flames of a fire that refuses to be snuffed out. The stories evolve, yet the underlying emotions remain constant, tracing back to the very essence of humanity. Each myth, a thread in the grand tapestry, intertwines with another, creating a rich fabric that reveals the complexities of our psychology. Amidst the chaos of modern life, these ancient tales whisper truths that cut through the noise. They beckon us to pause, to reflect, to connect with the emotions that lie just beneath the surface. And as the moon casts its silver light upon the earth, the stories linger, hanging in the air like a promise, an invitation to understand not only the myths of old, but the myths we create for ourselves every day, the narratives that shape our identities, our fears, and our dreams. Every heartbeat becomes a drum in this ongoing saga, echoing the eternal dance of life and the unbreakable bond between myth and psychology. As the night deepens, the tales continue to weave, crafting a narrative that transcends time, drawing all who dare to listen into their timeless embrace. A cycle of stories, emotions, and understanding stirs in the darkness, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The night sky unfurled like a dark tapestry, each star a shimmering gem woven into the fabric of existence. Beneath this celestial dome, ancient peoples raised their heads in wonder, their hearts racing with the thrill of the unknown. In those moments, they didn't just see stars, they saw stories. The constellations whispered secrets of gods and heroes, weaving narratives that shaped civilizations. In the cradle of Mesopotamia, where the Tigris and Euphrates carved through the earth, the Sumerians looked upward and saw not just distant suns, but the very essence of their lives. The great bull of heaven charged through the sky, while the goddess Inanna danced among the stars, her shifting brightness a reflection of love and war. The rhythms of the heavens mirrored the rhythms of their daily struggles and triumphs, binding the cosmos to their very being. Every harvest, every birth, every death was colored by celestial influences, their fates intertwined with the orbits above. As the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows crept into the temples where priests gazed at the heavens with reverence. They charted the movements of planets, their hearts pulsing with the urgency of prophecy. The arrival of Venus heralded love, while Mars, burning bright and red, warned of impending conflict. These celestial bodies were not mere rocks drifting through space. They were the very breath of the divine, capable of igniting passion or inciting fear, guiding the hands of kings and the destinies of nations. In ancient Egypt, the Nile reflected the stars, creating a cosmic mirror that spoke of life and death. The pharaohs, believed to be gods incarnate, looked to the sky for guidance. Orion, the mighty hunter, was seen as Osiris, the god of the afterlife. The rising of Sirius marked the flooding of the Nile, a life-giving event that promised abundance. Each day, as the sun rose, it was not just a celestial phenomenon. It was a resurrection, a reaffirmation of the cycle of life that echoed throughout their scriptures and rituals. The Greeks, too, found their truths among the stars. In their myths, constellations were not mere patterns but living tales suspended in the night. Persephone's descent into the underworld paralleled the changing seasons, echoing the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The gods, watching from their celestial thrones, were mirrors of human emotion, jealousy, love, anger, and hope, illuminating the very essence of humanity. The night sky was a canvas painted with the brushstrokes of their desires and fears, an eternal drama played out for all to witness. Yet, as the stories of the stars spread, they began to intertwine across cultures. The ancient Chinese, with their intricate celestial maps, saw dragons swirling through the skies, guardians of fortune and fate. Their mythology sang of harmony, where the movements of the stars dictated the balance of life on Earth. The Chinese zodiac, a cyclical representation of time, transformed each year into a character, a narrative that shaped the lives of millions. As they celebrated the Lunar New Year, they honored an eternal cycle that echoed through history, binding them to their ancestors and the universe. In the Americas, the Mayans painted their own narratives across the skies. They watched as the Milky Way spilled like a river of stars, believing it to be the path to the afterlife. The Great Calendar Stone, a masterpiece of astronomy and artistry, reflected the celestial cycles that governed their existence. Each phase of the moon, each alignment of planets, resonated with their agricultural rituals, intertwining their destinies with the cosmos in a dance of survival and reverence. But amid these ancient civilizations, a darker thread wove through the tapestry of myths. Celestial events, comets streaking across the sky, solar eclipses darkening the sun, were omens, fearsome signs of divine displeasure. The Aztecs, with their rich mythology, regarded the sun as a deity demanding sacrifice to ensure its daily rise. The stars were not just guides, they were harbingers of fate, their movements foretelling the rise and fall of empires, bringing both awe and dread. As the sun rose and set, the cycles continued, and the myths evolved, intertwining with the fabric of humanity's journey. The ancient narratives, steeped in the celestial, resonated through time, shaping beliefs and cultures, passions and fears. Each civilization, in its own way, looked to the stars, drawing strength and guidance from the heavens. In every age, the celestial bodies above whispered truths that echoed through the hearts of those below. They were not just distant lights, but luminous messengers, speaking of love and loss, of triumph and despair. Stars became the ink with which humanity wrote its story, each constellation a chapter filled with emotions that transcended time. In the quiet of the night, when the world fell silent, the stars continued their vigil, their stories waiting to be told. They held the weight of history, the hopes and dreams of all who dared look up and wonder. The mythology and astronomy of the ancients flowed into one another like rivers merging into the sea, a continuous cycle of belief and understanding that inspired generations. As the cosmos turned, the echoes of ancient narratives lingered in the air, tantalizingly close yet forever just out of reach. The stories, and the stars, beckoned, drawing forth the promise of new revelations, new connections waiting to be made, and in that infinite expanse the next chapter of humanity's celestial tale was waiting to unfold, shimmering like a distant star on the horizon. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting long shadows over ancient villages, a figure stood at the edge of a flickering fire, surrounded by a rapt audience. Their eyes sparkled with the reflections of flames that danced like spirits, eager to hear the stories that had been passed down through generations. Here, under the vastness of the night sky, the air thick with anticipation, the storyteller raised their voice, weaving a tapestry of gods and heroes, love and loss, myths that had shaped their very existence. In these moments, words held the power to bind communities, to ignite passions, to evoke laughter and tears. Each tale was a thread stitched into the fabric of their lives, a lifeline connecting the past to the present. But beneath the surface of this vibrant oral tradition lingered a whisper of change, a shift that would soon alter the way stories were shared and preserved. The storyteller, with hands that gestured like the fluttering wings of birds, was not aware that the very essence of their craft was on the brink of transformation. In distant lands, scribes were already beginning to press symbols onto damp clay tablets. The first marks were awkward, but they held promise. The ink flowed from their reeds like blood from a wound, capturing not just the sound of words, but the weight of time itself. Each stroke was a step away from the ephemeral, each inscription a promise that the tales would live on, forever etched in stone or written upon fragile parchment. But was this shift a blessing or a curse? The air buzzed with the tension of what was to come. Imagine the moment when a wise elder, once revered for their ability to recount the epic tales, found themselves displaced by written words. How would it feel to stand in silence, their voice, once a powerful river, now reduced to a trickle? The community thrived on the vibrant exchange of stories, yet now, as the first scrolls unfurled, a chilling realization began to creep into the hearts of those who had shared their history orally for centuries. The laughter of the children who delighted in their telling could soon be replaced by the rustling of parchment, the warmth of human connection overshadowed by the cool distance of ink and paper. The first written myths emerged not just as records, but as artifacts that captured the essence of humanity. They told of creation and chaos, of love that soared and love that shattered, kings and queens, their glories immortalized, battles etched in the ink of brave hearts, and gods, once whispered in reverence around campfires, now documented with precision. These stories began to travel far beyond their origins, reaching ears that had never heard them before, and yet, with every stroke of the quill, something precious was slipping away. The spontaneity, the improvisation that made storytelling a living, breathing art. The tension built as scribes crafted the first epics, transforming oral traditions into written texts that could be saved, shared, and studied. With each new scroll, entire worlds could be preserved, but the spontaneity of the storyteller's performance faded, like echoes in a canyon. The tales, now fixed in time, lost their ability to evolve with each telling. They became sacred objects, revered in libraries, yet locked away from the fluidity of life. The heart of a story could no longer change with the seasons. It was imprisoned, the lifeblood of oral tradition slowly seeping away. As the written word spread across empires, cultures intertwined, and with it, a new tension arose. Scholars in grand halls debated the meanings of ancient myths, analyzing them as if they were mere puzzles to be solved, rather than the living breath of a culture. The stories were dissected, their essence scrutinized, and the intimacy of storytelling diminished. The warmth of a shared glance, the thrill of anticipation before a climactic moment. These were lost in the ink-drenched pages of history. Yet, amongst the turmoil, another kind of magic began to flourish. The written word, despite its rigidity, held the power to reach places no voice could travel. A scroll could be tucked away in a backpack, carried across mountains and deserts, finding its way to distant lands where the sun set differently and languages twisted around foreign tongues. A child in a small village could find solace in the tales of heroes who had never walked their streets, yet felt as real as the soil beneath their feet. The written word offered permanence, the promise that these myths would never fade away. But who would bear the burden of this new form of storytelling? A young girl, her heart filled with dreams, would sit in dimly lit rooms, holding a fragile scroll, tracing her fingers over the ink, feeling the weight of countless lives within. She would immerse herself in the stories of her ancestors, not as a witness, but as a steward. The stories would call to her, whispering the wisdom of generations, urging her to keep them alive in her own voice. Yet, in the midst of her discovery, a pang of sadness would wash over her. What of the storytellers who would no longer sing their songs? What of the elders whose laughter would no longer echo in the hearts of their listeners? As the sun rose on a new age of storytelling, the world stood poised on the edge of transformation. The divide between oral and written traditions had tightened, yet the yearning for connection remained strong. Children still gathered in circles, eyes gleaming with curiosity, and elders still longed to share their wisdom. But now they had to navigate a world where the magic of myths was captured in ink, even as the firelight flickered with memories of the past. With every passing moment, history unfolded, weaving together the tapestry of human experience. The first written myths began to take root, but the echoes of oral tradition lingered in the air, a testament to the powerful bond between storyteller and listener. The threads of narrative were becoming interlaced with new ideas, new interpretations, and in the heart of this transition, the essence of storytelling was being redefined. The fire crackled as the last tales of the night were shared, blending into the whispers of history, leading the way to an unfolding legacy that would stretch far beyond the flames, igniting a future rich with possibility. In a dimly lit room, shadows danced across the walls, flickering like the stories of old waiting to be told. Ancient voices whispered through the ages, carrying tales of gods, monsters, and heroes. Each story, crafted in a different corner of the world, held echoes of human experience, longing, and transformation. It was here, in the silken threads of mythology, that cultures intertwined, giving life to a vast tapestry of art and literature where the divine clashed with the human. On the sun-soaked plains of Greece, the mighty Zeus hurled bolts of lightning, while in the vast deserts of Egypt, the sun god Ra sailed his celestial boat across the sky. In the chilly winds of the north, Odin, with his raven companions, sought knowledge and wisdom, offering his eye in exchange. These deities weren't just figures of worship. They were reflections of human emotion, struggle, and aspiration. The Greeks painted their stories on vibrant pottery, while the Egyptians carved hieroglyphs into stone, each mark a piece of their soul shared with the world. Across the seas, the rich landscapes of India birthed the epic sagas of the Ramayana and Mahabharata. These tales unfolded the complexities of dharma, duty, and the eternal struggle between good and evil. Characters like Rama and Arjuna became symbols of courage and righteousness, their exploits inspiring countless artists and poets through the ages. In bustling markets, storytellers recounted the adventures of these heroes, their words weaving a spell that captivated listeners and sparked imaginations. The stories crossed borders, resonating with the hearts of those far removed from their origins. In the heart of Africa, myths sprang from the earth like wildflowers. The trickster tales of Anansi, a clever spider, traveled from the Akan people of Ghana to the Caribbean, morphing with each telling. Anansi's cunning and wit revealed deep truths about humanity, touching on themes of survival and resilience. Artists captured these narratives in vibrant textiles and mural paintings, infusing each creation with the spirit of the community. Every stitch and brushstroke pulsed with life, connecting the past to the present in a powerful embrace. From the icy shores of the Arctic, the tales of the Inuit brought forth the spirits of the land and sea. Stories of Sedna, the goddess of the sea, echoed through the frigid air, illustrating the delicate balance between humanity and nature. Artists carved intricate totems, breathing life into the very wood they shaped, each figure a guardian of tradition and lore. These sculptures stood silent yet resonant, capturing the essence of their creators' beliefs and fears, a bridge to the ancestors who walked before them. Even in the rich soil of pre-Columbian America, myths took root, sprouting stories of deities like Quetzalcoatl and the duality of life and death. The Aztecs etched tales into stone, while the Inca shared oral histories that reverberated across the mountains. Each story was a thread in a larger narrative, connecting past and future, weaving together the threads of existence. As the sun set over ancient pyramids, the warmth of these stories wrapped around the people, igniting their imaginations and sparking their artistry. Then there was the Renaissance, a time when Europe awakened to the wonders of the classical past. Artists like Botticelli and Michelangelo turned to ancient myths, breathing new life into the figures of Venus and Apollo. The brushstrokes sang with passion, capturing the raw beauty of human form and spirit. Each canvas told a story that transcended time, echoing the myths of yore while inviting a new audience to marvel at their elegance. These artworks became windows into a shared human experience, transcending borders and languages. In Asia, the tales of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, leaped from the pages of Journey to the West, blending humor and wisdom in a way that spoke to millions. The adventures of this mischievous character resonated deeply as he battled demons and sought enlightenment. Artists depicted his exploits in vibrant scrolls, each painting bursting with color and vitality, capturing the essence of determination and the quest for knowledge. The stories crossed oceans, inspiring adaptations that kept the spirit of Sun Wukong alive in the hearts of those who longed for adventure. And so it went, the stories flowing like rivers, each culture influencing and enriching the other. In the lively markets of Istanbul, traders swapped tales as easily as they exchanged spices, bringing together the myths of East and West. the intricacies of love, longing, and loss danced through the air, creating a symphony of shared humanity. The stories morphed and evolved, taking on new forms yet remaining true to their roots. Each retelling became a bridge, a connection that transcended time and space. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the world, the echoes of these myths resonated deeply within the hearts of those who listened. They were not merely stories. They were reflections of life itself, an intricate dance of joy and sorrow, triumph and despair. The art inspired by these tales was a testament to the power of imagination, a reminder that no matter where we are from, the threads of our stories are woven together in a beautiful, chaotic tapestry. With every brushstroke, every word, the past whispered to the present, inviting all to partake in a shared legacy. The tales of gods and mortals continued to inspire artists, writers, and dreamers, urging them to create, to explore the depths of human emotion and experience. They stood as reminders of the eternal truths that connect us all, regardless of culture or creed, beating like a drum in the background of our lives. Lost in this sea of creativity, a single thought lingered: how much more awaited beyond the horizon? The stories, like waves, had only begun to crash upon the shores of imagination, urging the world to listen closely, to feel deeply, and to create anew. The night was still young, and the myths of art and literature were far from finished, their echoes promising even greater wonders yet to come. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced upon ancient stones, whispering secrets of a time when gods walked among mortals. The air was thick with the scent of age and the echoes of legends long forgotten, tales once sung by bards under starlit skies. But now, as the world turned toward reason and science, the voices of the old gods began to fade, like mist dissipating in the morning light. In the bustling streets of Rome, merchants haggled over goods, and soldiers marched with purpose, their armor gleaming. Yet beneath this vibrant chaos lay a haunting silence. The temples, once adorned with vibrant murals and bustling with offerings, stood like crumbling sentinels, resigned to a future without worship. Here, in this very city, the age of myth was slipping away, unraveling in the hands of time. As the Roman Empire expanded its borders, it carried with it the seeds of rational thought, sowing them in fertile ground. The rise of philosophy began to overshadow the age-old tales of gods and monsters. Plato, Socrates, and Aristotle questioned the very fabric of existence, urging humanity to seek knowledge rather than clinging to the comforting embrace of mythology. The gods, once powerful and revered, now seemed distant, their stories relegated to mere fables told to entertain children before sleep. In the lands of the Celts, the sacred groves where druids once communed with nature began to fall silent. The arrival of Christianity, a religion promising salvation and eternal life, swept through the valleys like wildfire. Old beliefs were dismissed, branded as pagan and heathen. The sacred rituals that bound communities together were abandoned, leaving behind a gaping hole in the human spirit. It was as if the very essence of the earth had been uprooted, leaving a barren landscape where once vibrant legends flourished. In the shadows of the great pyramids of Egypt, the winds of change howled like a mournful dirge. The worship of Ra and Isis had shaped the lives of countless souls, guiding them through the mysteries of life and death. Yet, as the sun set on the age of the pharaohs, the ancient texts that documented their tales began to crumble, their wisdom lost to the sands of time. The priests, once the guardians of sacred knowledge, found themselves powerless against the march of new ideologies. As the centuries progressed, the decline of ancient mythologies was not merely a loss of stories. It was a loss of identity, a fracture in the very soul of humanity. Communities that had once drawn strength from their shared beliefs began to feel adrift, as if cast away on a vast ocean with no anchor. The gods they had sung to in times of joy and despair became mere shadows, fading from collective memory. The consequences were profound. When myths faded, so did the connections that held societies together. The rituals that celebrated life, death, and rebirth were replaced by sterile religions that often demanded blind faith rather than personal connection. The vibrant tapestry of human experience began to unravel, thread by thread, until what remained was a patchwork quilt of fragmented beliefs, struggling to maintain warmth against the cold winds of uncertainty. In the heart of Byzantium, a city that once reverberated with the chants of priests and the laughter of the faithful, the impact was starker still. As the Renaissance blossomed, art and culture flourished, but the old stories were regarded as quaint relics. The humanists turned their backs on the myths that had once inspired magnificent works, choosing instead to glorify human achievement over divine influence. The gods, once celebrated in marble and paint, were now mere subjects for intellectual debate, stripped of their power and reverence. Even the Norse, fierce and proud, faced the decline of their legends as Christianity spread through the frost-bitten fjords. The tales of Thor and Odin, of Valhalla and Ragnarok, became whispers in the wind, drowned out by the promise of a singular heavenly kingdom. The sagas that once instilled courage and camaraderie among warriors dissolved into the fog of time, leaving behind only echoes of a world steeped in magic and wonder. What were the celestial beings to do as humanity turned away from their stories? They lingered on the fringes, watching with heavy hearts as the flames of belief flickered and dimmed. The vibrant colors of the myths that had painted the skies faded to gray, and the laughter of children playing at the feet of the statues fell silent. The gods became mere shadows in the minds of men. Their power diminished, yet they remained ever watchful, hoping for a return to the stories that had once breathed life into the hearts of the people. The decline of ancient mythologies was not merely an ending, it was a transformation. It was a painful, slow process that left scars on the very fabric of history. As humanity marched forward into a new age of enlightenment, they unknowingly cast aside the wisdom of their ancestors, sacrificing the rich emotional landscapes of their past for the cold, hard facts of a new world. Yet, within the ruins of old beliefs, whispers remained. The tales of heroes and gods lingered in the hearts of those who dared to remember. In the quiet moments, when the world paused and the stars twinkled in the vast, endless sky, something stirred. The stories awaited their rebirth, yearning for the warmth of human connection, for the laughter of children, for the reverence of the faithful. And as the dawn of a new era approached, the old myths, though battered and worn, began to weave their way back into the fabric of life, ready to be rediscovered, ready to rise from the ashes of neglect. The cycle was not yet complete. The heart of humanity still beat with the rhythms of ancient songs, waiting for the spark of memory to reignite the flames of belief. In a bustling city, on a rainy night, a young woman flipped through the pages of an ancient tome she had discovered in an old bookstore. Each turn of the page echoed the whispers of long-gone civilizations, their tales alive with gods and monsters, love and betrayal. As the clock struck midnight, she felt a shiver run down her spine, a sense that the stories were not just history, but a living, breathing force that wrapped around modern culture like a vine, intertwining the past with the present. Legends have a way of seeping into our lives, gliding from one generation to the next, morphing and adapting as they touch different hearts and minds. Every epic saga of gods battling titans or heroes embarking on impossible quests carries the weight of human experience, fear, and aspiration. From the moment the first bards sang their tales around flickering fires, these myths became the canvas upon which humanity painted its hopes and dreams. In cinema, the magic of mythology bursts onto the screen with vibrant colors and roaring soundtracks. Movies like Clash of the Titans and 300 play with our fascination for the grandiose and the heroic. They bring to life the tales of the ancient Greeks, of Perseus wielding Medusa's head, and of Spartan warriors standing fearless against impossible odds. Each fight scene, every dramatic moment, pulses with the same intensity that must have filled the hearts of those who first heard these stories told under starlit skies. It's more than entertainment. It's a revival of shared human emotion, a connection to the past that makes the present feel electric. Turning to literature, we see the same threads woven with care into modern storytelling. Neil Gaiman's American Gods pulls readers into a world where old gods, forgotten and fading, clash against the new deities of technology and consumerism. His characters are not merely figments of imagination, they represent the struggle of belief in a world that increasingly forgets the sacred. Each page pulses with the urgency of their plight, a reminder that the stories we tell about gods shape our reality, influencing how we see ourselves and each other. The echoes of mythology also resonate in the fantastical worlds created by J.K. Rowling, where the magical and the mundane coexist. The Harry Potter series, steeped in mythic elements, from the Phoenix, a symbol of rebirth, to the centaurs, wise and enigmatic, conveys timeless themes of courage, friendship, and sacrifice. Readers find themselves swept up in a whirlwind of emotion, the stakes as high as any ancient battle. As the characters face their fears, they are not just fighting dark wizards. They are fighting the shadows that dwell in the deepest corners of their hearts. Television series have embraced mythology with a ferocity that ignites the imagination. Shows like Game of Thrones draw inspiration from Norse and Celtic legends, where the lines between hero and villain blur, emphasizing the complexity of human nature. Betrayal and honor mingle in an intricate dance, reflecting the very foundations of ancient sagas. The thrill of unexpected twists and tragic fates keeps viewers on the edge of their seats, their hearts racing as they grapple with the weight of each character's choices. The modern screen transforms these ancient tales into a mirror reflecting our own battles, our own desires, and fears. In the vast landscape of media, video games have emerged as an interactive canvas, allowing players to step into the shoes of their favorite demigods and mythic warriors. Titles like God of War thrust players into the chaos of Norse mythology, where they wield the power of gods and face the consequences of their actions. Each quest, each battle, immerses them deeper into the lore as they make choices that evoke the very essence of the ancient epics. The thrill of victory, the agony of defeat, becomes personal, blurring the lines between player and myth, between fantasy and reality. Even in the realm of comic books, the enduring allure of mythology finds a home. Marvel's Thor, a character derived from Norse legends, captures the spirit of his mythological counterpart while navigating contemporary challenges. His struggles with identity, love, and duty resonate with readers, merging the divine with the everyday. With each punch thrown and every thunderous clash, the stories invite fans to ponder the deeper meanings behind heroism and sacrifice. As the veil of night thickens, the girl in the bookstore feels the weight of the stories around her. The rain pattering against the window seems to echo the heartbeat of a world that refuses to let go of its myths. She senses the urgency of these tales, the way they flutter through our lives like wings of a butterfly, delicate yet powerful, capable of inciting change. With every retelling, every adaptation, these ancient stories morph and grow, becoming a part of the cultural fabric that binds us all. And just as she closes the book, a flickering light catches her attention. The television in the corner buzzes to life with a preview of an upcoming movie, a retelling of the tale of Hercules. The hero's journey, filled with trials and tribulations, is about to strike the hearts of a new audience. The anticipation builds, and she feels the familiar thrill of excitement coursing through her veins. The legacy of myth continues, unfurling its tendrils into the corners of modern culture, weaving a tapestry that is at once ancient and entirely new. With each story that emerges, the sense of connection grows stronger. The legends of the past are not just relics, but living entities that shape our emotions, our beliefs, and our understanding of who we are. As the girl watches the screen, the world outside fades away. She is no longer just a spectator. She is part of something timeless, something that binds generations together. The connection is palpable, electric, and she knows this moment is just one in a long line of stories waiting to be told. The cycle continues, spinning onward as the heartbeat of mythology resonates through time, refusing to fade into silence. The air crackled with energy as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced among the trees. A gathering of eager souls stood in a circle, their faces illuminated by flickering candles that whispered stories of old. They wore flowing garments, some adorned with symbols of ancient gods, others simply dressed in earthy tones, embracing the spirits of nature. It was a sacred moment, a ritual steeped in history, where the past collided with the present, igniting a fire in their hearts that spoke of revival and rebirth. Neo-paganism, with its roots reaching deep into the earth, was a vibrant tapestry woven from the threads of ancient beliefs and modern desires. It thrived not in the shadows of history, but in the sunlight of contemporary life, where seekers yearned for connection to something larger than themselves. Beneath the surface lay a rich vein of mythology, folklore, and sacred practices, each a treasure waiting to be unearthed by those willing to listen. In whispering winds and rustling leaves, the stories of gods and goddesses beckoned, pulling at the strands of memory buried within the consciousness of humanity. In the early days of civilization, when humans first gazed upon the stars and wondered at their place in the universe, they crafted myths to explain the unexplainable. The ancient Greeks told of Zeus, the thunderer, who wielded lightning in a passionate rage. The Celts spoke of the Great Mother, who cradled the land in her arms, nurturing all life. These tales were not mere stories. They were lifeblood, connecting communities to the cycles of nature and the essence of existence. Each tale was a thread, linking generations, binding people to their heritage. As centuries rolled onward, the rise of organized religions often sought to erase these ancient beliefs, dismissing them as superstition. But in the shadows, the myths lingered, lingering like the scent of rain on dry earth, waiting for the right moment to bloom once more. In the modern world, a growing dissatisfaction with the mainstream offered fertile ground for the revival of these primal beliefs. Neo-paganism bloomed like wildflowers in spring, attracting individuals searching for authenticity amidst the chaos of contemporary life. Gatherings emerged, draped in the hues of the earth, where participants invoked the names of deities long forgotten. They danced beneath the moonlit sky, their bodies swaying to the rhythm of ancient chants that reverberated through time. Each movement was an offering, a way to honor the elements, the fire that warmed them, the water that quenched their thirst, the earth that sustained them, and the air that filled their lungs with life. This revival was not a mere replication of the past, it was a passionate reimagining, each ceremony infused with personal meaning and collective intention. The wheel of the year turned, marking the sacred festivals that echoed back to ancient times. Imbolc, a celebration of light and renewal, ignited hopes of brighter days ahead. Beltane, with its lustful fires and vibrant flowers, awakened desire and connectivity. Lughnasadh honored the first harvest, a time of gratitude and feasting. And Samhain, the veil between worlds thinned, allowing loved ones lost to be remembered, their memories a comforting embrace for those left behind. These festivals breathed life into the seasons, a reminder that the cycle of death and rebirth was ever present. Amidst the vibrant gatherings, individuals formed covens, small groups united by shared beliefs and a desire to connect deeply with the divine. They became each other's family, forging bonds that transcended bloodlines. In ritual, they found solace, a safe space to express their dreams, fears, and desires. Each member brought their unique energy into the circle, creating a tapestry of experiences woven together by shared intent. They learned from one another, drawing from the well of knowledge that spanned ages, their voices rising in harmony, echoing through the trees. The resurgence of ancient myths was not without its challenges. Critics emerged, skeptical of those who sought to revive what was nearly lost. Yet, beneath the waves of doubt, the heartbeat of the earth pulsed stronger. Neo-paganism was not an attempt to return to a bygone era, but a vibrant, evolving practice that resonated with modernity. It invited individuals to reclaim their heritage, to stand boldly in their truth, and to honor the earth beneath their feet. The sacred was not confined to ancient texts. It was alive, breathing, and flourishing in the hearts of those who dared to believe. Amidst the rich symbolism and rituals, the connection to nature became a guiding force. Participants found themselves not as mere observers of the world, but as integral parts of a vast web of life. They reveled in the changing seasons, understanding that each brought its own gifts and challenges. They became stewards of the earth, recognizing their responsibility to protect the land, the plants, and the creatures that shared their home. In every act of reverence, they felt the echoes of their ancestors, a reminder that the past was always present, guiding them toward a harmonious future. The movement burgeoned, fueled by the passion of those who sought a deeper understanding of themselves and their place in the cosmos. Books filled with ancient lore were published, workshops on herbalism and divination blossomed, and online communities formed, each thread connecting seekers from all corners of the globe. From the ashes of old beliefs, a phoenix rose, igniting a fire of curiosity that spread like wildfire. Traditions that had flickered dimly began to shine bright, illuminating paths for others to follow. As twilight cloaked the gathering, the air thickened with anticipation. A vibrant chant rose, a powerful invocation that stirred something deep within the souls gathered. The past and present intertwined, and in that moment they were not just individuals. They were collective energy, a tapestry of life woven through time. The shadows whispered secrets, and the flickering candlelight seemed to dance in response, guiding them toward a new dawn. In their hearts, they knew they were part of something larger, a revival that transcended mere practice. It was a reclamation of identity and spirit, an endless cycle of myths reborn, ready to echo through eternity. Under a canopy of stars, the ancient world whispered its secrets to those who dared to listen. The flickering firelight danced across the faces of eager listeners huddled around, their eyes wide with wonder. Each story told stirred the air with a palpable energy, as if the very myths themselves had come alive within the flickering shadows. Tales of gods and monsters, of heroes and quests, echoed through time, carrying with them the weight of hidden knowledge that transcended generations. In the dim glow of the fire, an old storyteller captivated his audience, his voice a smooth river flowing through the currents of history. He spoke of the great flood that once covered the earth, a story told by many cultures, yet understood in layers that few could grasp. The flood was more than a tale of destruction. It was a cleansing, a rebirth. Those who listened closely felt the chill of the waters, the urgency of survival. It was a reminder of humanity's fragility, hidden beneath the surface of the narrative, a truth dressed in the garb of myth. As the storyteller continued, the audience leaned in, entranced. He spoke of Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods, a figure embodying the eternal struggle for knowledge. He was not merely a titan defying divine authority. He was a symbol of humanity's relentless pursuit of enlightenment, even at great personal cost. Each listener felt a shiver run down their spine as they considered what it meant to risk everything for a spark of truth. Was Prometheus a hero, or was he a fool? In that moment, they realized the answer lay not in the actions of the Titan, but in their own hearts, a mirror reflecting their desires, fears, and aspirations. The flames crackled, casting long shadows that twisted and turned like the very fates of the heroes being spoken of. The storyteller wove tales of the phoenix, a creature reborn from its ashes. This was not just a myth about a bird. It was a profound allegory of resilience and transformation. The crowd felt the heat of the fire, a reminder of their own struggles, of times when they thought they were broken beyond repair. But, like the phoenix, they too could rise again, stronger and more vibrant. Each story was a layer, each layer a clue to a greater understanding of their own existence. As the night deepened, the storyteller shifted to the legend of the labyrinth and the minotaur. The labyrinth represented the complexities of the mind, its twists and turns, its darkness and light. The minotaur, a beast born from a curse, symbolized the fears and monsters that lurked within. In a hushed tone, he urged them to confront their own minotaurs, those truths they avoided, hidden deep inside the maze of their thoughts. The crowd held their breath, gripping their knees as they considered the great depths of their own psyche. It felt as though the very air around them vibrated with tension, a shared understanding that they all had a beast to face. But it wasn't just the tales of darkness that held them captive. The storyteller's voice soared as he recounted the tale of Persephone and Demeter, a beautiful dance of love, loss, and the cycle of life. The seasons were more than just changes in weather. They were a reflection of the human experience. They felt the warmth of summer and the chill of winter in their bones, resonating with the eternal ebb and flow of joy and sorrow. It was a melody of existence, a reminder that both light and shadow were essential threads in the tapestry of life. Every myth contained a key, a hidden piece of wisdom waiting to be unlocked by those willing to look beyond the surface. The audience began to understand that myths were not mere fables, but were imbued with deep meanings that spoke to their very souls. They felt a stirring within, a connection to something greater, something timeless that echoed through the ages. The storyteller's words sank into their hearts, planting seeds of insight that would grow long after the fire had died. Then, with a knowing smile, the storyteller turned to the tale of the hero's journey, a familiar path trodden by countless souls. It was a narrative they all recognized, the call to adventure, the trials faced, the transformation that followed. In this moment, they did not just hear the story, they lived it. They saw themselves as heroes, each one of them called to embark on their own journeys, filled with challenges that would mold them into who they were meant to be. The air was electric with possibility. They felt their hearts race, their spirits lift, united by the shared experience of their own heroism. As dawn began to break on the horizon, streaks of golden light pierced the darkness, signaling a new beginning. The storyteller's final words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. He spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, how every myth weaved into the fabric of humanity, binding them in a shared destiny. The listeners remained spellbound, their thoughts swirling around the truths they had unearthed throughout the night. With the first rays of sunlight illuminating their faces, the fire flickered one last time, but the warmth it had provided lingered in their hearts. They realized that the stories they had heard were just the beginning. They had tapped into a well of knowledge as ancient as time itself, resonating with the very essence of what it meant to be human. The myths were not just stories, they were bridges to understanding the world and their place within it. And so, as the first light kissed the horizon, they took a collective breath, their minds buzzing with the secrets they had unearthed, ready to transform the myth into reality. The world awaited, filled with challenges and wonders, and each was prepared to carve their own path through the labyrinth of existence, a journey that would never truly end. The echoes of the storyteller's voice would resonate within them, guiding them toward the next chapter of their unfolding saga, where the myths would continue to live, breathe, and inspire. The first chill of autumn whispers through the trees, its breath stirring the fallen leaves which dance like forgotten memories across the ground. As the sunlight wanes, shadows stretch long, drawing out stories older than time itself. Each season carries its own weight, the promise of rebirth in spring, the warmth and joy of summer, the colorful decay of fall, and the silent stillness of winter. These cycles have spun through human history, weaving together the fabric of our existence. Across ancient civilizations, the passage of time was not merely a measure of hours and days. It was a profound dance guided by celestial bodies. The Egyptians revered Ra, the sun god, whose daily journey across the sky mirrored the cycle of life and death. Each night, they believed, he battled the darkness, only to rise triumphant at dawn. They built grand pyramids aligned with the stars as if to capture this eternal struggle, preserving their hopes and dreams in stone. In the heart of Mesopotamia, the Sumerians gazed up at the night sky, mapping constellations that told stories of gods and heroes. The stars were not just distant fires, they were the voices of their ancestors, guiding them through the seasons of planting and harvest. The farmers would watch the heavens, waiting for the first sight of the Pleiades to signal the time for sowing seeds. This cosmic calendar dictated their lives, binding them to the rhythm of the universe. Time, for them, was sacred, spun from the threads of myth and memory. Northward, the ancient Celts celebrated the cycles with passion and ritual. They marked the solstices and equinoxes with bonfires, drawing down the sun's energy to ensure a bountiful harvest. The turning of the wheel of the year brought joy and sorrow, life and death, each festival a reminder of the delicate balance they cherished. Imbolc welcomed the first stirrings of spring, while Samhain signaled the thin veil between worlds when the departed could walk among the living. The cycles were not merely observed, they were embraced, each season a crucial chapter in the collective story of the people. As the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows deepened, and a sense of urgency swept across the ancient landscapes. The Mayans, with their profound understanding of astronomy, charted time in a complex calendar system that mirrored the cosmos. They connected earthly events with divine cycles, believing that the movements of celestial bodies influenced their very fate. The Tzolk'in, a 260-day calendar, intertwined with the solar year, embodied the sacred rhythms of life. The Mayans celebrated the return of the sun, knowing their survival depended on the alignment of the stars and the rains that followed. With each new cycle, they felt the heartbeat of the universe echo in their own. In the vast steppe of Mongolia, the nomadic tribes watched the seasons shift, their lives dictated by the movements of the herds and the changing skies. For them, each season brought a different spirit, each with its own lessons and gifts. The harsh winter taught resilience, while the summer sun imbued joy and abundance. They told stories around flickering fires, passing down wisdom through generations, a tapestry woven with the threads of time. The moon, a constant companion in their nights, held its own secrets, guiding their journeys and illuminating their paths. Yet, beneath the surface of these rituals and stories, a deeper tension simmered. As civilizations rose and fell, so too did their understanding of time. The ancients sensed an inevitable cycle of creation and destruction, each empire a fleeting bloom in the vast garden of history. The Romans, at the pinnacle of their power, believed in the concept of kairos, the right moment. They established calendars that dictated civic life, yet the relentless march of time and the weight of their empire pressed heavily upon them. The myth of Chronos, the personification of time, loomed large, a reminder that all things must come to an end. As the clock ticked and the seasons turned, so too did the myths evolve. In the heart of Africa, the Dogon people knew the stars in ways that transcended their earthly existence. They spoke of Sirius, the brightest star, and its companion, a celestial being that danced invisibly around it. Their myths intertwined with the natural world, each star a storyteller amongst the myriad of spirits that enveloped them. This cosmic connection offered both comfort and a sense of belonging, grounding them in the ever-changing cycles of life. The Inuit, dwelling in the icy embrace of the Arctic, viewed time through the lens of survival. the seasons shaped their myths, weaving tales of resilience amid the harshest of winters. The sun's return each spring was a joyous occasion, a reminder that life would always find a way, even in the depths of despair. Their stories resonated with the rhythm of the land, echoing through the generations. A cycle that embraced the beauty and brutality of existence. Every culture, every era, grasped at time like it was a fragile thread, weaving it into the tapestry of their lives. The stories of gods and heroes were born from this need to make sense of their world, to find meaning amid the chaos. Each myth was a reflection of the seasons, a way to navigate the cyclical nature of life and death, joy and sorrow. Time was not linear, but a spiraling dance, a cosmic celebration of existence itself. As dusk settled, the stars began to twinkle, each one a flicker of hope against the vast, dark expanse. People gathered, igniting fires that flickered against the night, sharing tales that wove together their pasts and futures. In those moments, they felt the weight of their ancestors, the echoes of ancient myths reverberating through the air. The cycles of the seasons, the movement of the stars, and the stories of their lives intermingled, creating a rich tapestry that connected all of humanity. And in this dance of existence, the understanding of time as both a cyclical and linear force began to pulse with new energy. Each heartbeat, each breath became a reminder that they were part of something much larger, a cosmic calendar that stretched beyond understanding. As the flames flickered and the stories flowed, anticipation hung in the air, a palpable tension. And just as it seemed that the night might settle into silence, a new chapter beckoned, waiting just beyond the horizon. In the flickering light of a waning fire, shadows danced across the walls, their movements telling tales as old as time. A soft breeze rustled through the leaves outside, carrying whispers of gods and goddesses, heroes and heroines. It was in this very space that the boundaries of masculinity and femininity blurred, illustrating the eternal struggle and harmony between two forces that have shaped humanity for millennia. From the earliest cave paintings to the grand epics of ancient civilizations, the stories woven into the fabric of myth reflect a profound exploration of gender. These tales, steeped in history, reveal the intricate tapestry of power, vulnerability, and identity. The sun and moon, often depicted as male and female, symbolize not just celestial bodies, but the duality that exists in every human soul. The sun, blazing with strength, represents action and dominance, while the moon, gentle yet powerful, embodies intuition and nurturing. In ancient Greece, the gods reigned supreme, each embodying traits that both exalted and confined the ideals of masculinity and femininity. Zeus, with thunderbolts in hand, ruled with an iron fist, an image of unyielding strength and authority. His deeds echoed through the ages, shaping the understanding of what it meant to be a man, stoic, commanding, and often ruthless. Yet, lurking in the shadows of Olympus was Athena. Born from Zeus's own head, she wielded wisdom and strategy, a force to be reckoned with in a world dominated by male bravado. Athena's role not only challenged the norms of femininity, but also illuminated the truth that strength can take many forms, a lesson often ignored in the tales of warriors. In stark contrast, the myths of the Norse gods painted a different picture. Odin, the Allfather, was revered for his knowledge and foresight, while Thor, with his thunderous hammer, epitomized brute strength. Yet the goddess Freya ruled over love, war, and fertility, embodying a complex blend of power rarely acknowledged. Her narrative, rich with emotion and depth, served as a reminder that femininity is not limited to nurturing roles. It is a fierce, transformative force that can lead armies into battle. This duality of strength and tenderness, evident in both gods and mortals, created a rich dialogue about what it means to be masculine or feminine. Across the ocean, in the rich tapestries of Native American mythology, the balance of gender shifted yet again. The Earth Mother, a figure of fertility and creation, was revered as a source of life, while the Sky Father, the embodiment of strength and protection, stood watch over the realm. Here, gender was not a strict binary. It existed in a fluid space where both energies were necessary for harmony. The stories told around the fire echoed with the importance of respect for both aspects, a lesson that spoke to the very core of existence, reminding all who listened that life itself is a dance of masculine and feminine energies. But the tales of gender in myth are not merely reflections of societal norms. They are often harrowing explorations of power dynamics. The tragic story of Persephone, who was abducted by Hades, reveals the darker sides of femininity, the loss of agency and the struggle against a patriarchal world that sought to control women's destinies. Her journey to the underworld and eventual return to the surface is not just a narrative about seasonal change. It encapsulates the depths of despair and the resilience required to reclaim one's identity. Even in the world of African folklore, figures like Anansi the spider weave tales that challenge the notions of masculinity. Anansi, often depicted as cunning and resourceful, defies traditional heroism. His stories highlight the power of wit over brute strength, showcasing how intelligence can triumph where muscle may fail. Feminine characters in these tales often wield their own forms of power, using wisdom and emotional insight to navigate challenging landscapes. In the East, the legends of Hindu mythology brought forth figures like Durga, who fought fearsome demons with grace and ferocity. She was both mother and warrior, embodying a complex interweaving of femininity that shattered the conventions of her time. Her stories spoke to the heart of resilience, a theme that reverberated through the ages, inspiring countless generations to embrace their power, no matter their gender. With each myth, the tension between masculinity and femininity ebbed and flowed like the tide, revealing how closely intertwined these concepts truly are. When men fought to defend their honor, women often had to bear the weight of their burdens. The stories became vehicles of understanding, offering glimpses into the struggles of both genders and showing that the fight for identity and respect is universal. In the quiet pauses of these narratives, the reader can feel the heartbeats of ancient civilizations, their hopes, fears, and aspirations. Each character, whether a god or a mortal, embodies the lingering echoes of a culture grappling with the fundamental questions of existence. Why do we assign roles to gender? What does it mean to be a man or a woman in a world where roles can shift and change? These myths do not provide answers but provoke thought, urging the audience to engage with the complexities of identity. As the flickering flames cast long shadows, the stories of the past intertwine with the present, illuminating the ongoing conversation about gender in today's world. The tales of old, rich with emotion and conflict, serve as a mirror reflecting contemporary challenges. The struggle for equality, the balance of power, and the celebration of diversity in gender identity resonate through the ages, urging each listener to ponder their own place in this eternal dance. In the end, as the fire dims and the shadows retreat, the echoes of these powerful narratives linger, their messages woven into the very fabric of society. The tales of masculinity and femininity are not just stories. They are living legacies that continue to shape our understanding of ourselves and each other. The fire may be dying, but the stories blaze on, waiting to be told, waiting to be felt, a continuous loop of history and humanity. The flickering fire cast shadows against the ancient cave walls, shadows that dance like memories come to life. Inside the cave, a group of villagers huddled close, their faces illuminated by the warm glow. The storyteller, an old woman with silver hair cascading like a waterfall, began to weave a tale that had traveled through generations. Her voice, a haunting melody, wrapped around them like a soft blanket on a cold winter night. Long ago, she began, in a village much like ours, there lived a man named Arlen. He was known not for his strength or wealth, but for his kindness. One day, as he walked through the woods, he stumbled upon a wounded fox, its leg trapped in a hunter's snare. Rather than turning away, Arlen knelt down and gently freed the creature. The fox, instead of fleeing, looked up at him with eyes that sparkled with understanding. The villagers leaned in, hearts racing, the air thick with anticipation. The old woman continued, her voice dropping to a whisper. Little did Arlen know, this act of compassion would return to him, but not in the way he expected. That evening, the story danced like flames in their minds, sparking thoughts of their own lives. Morality, like the flickering light, was often uncertain, shadows stretching and shifting. Arlen's choice had been pure, yet it was just the beginning of a tale that would twist and turn, leading him down paths he never imagined. As the night wore on, the storyteller painted vivid images of consequences. Arlen, filled with hope, found himself gifted with a magical ability, the power to communicate with animals. But with this gift came the burden of responsibility. The villagers felt a chill run down their spines, knowing that with great power often came great sacrifice. The old woman's voice grew stronger, taking on the force of a rushing river. When a drought struck the land, desperation hung heavy in the air. The villagers turned to Arlen, believing he could call upon the animals to find water. He set off into the wilderness, seeking guidance from the creatures he had once saved. But the animals were wary. They remembered how humans had encroached upon their homes and hunted their kind. Trust had to be rebuilt, but would Arlen's heart be strong enough to carry the weight of their past? Gasps filled the cave, the listeners hanging on every word. They understood the struggle between right and wrong, the complex web of trust woven through choices made long ago. The tension mounted as Arlen faced trials that tested his spirit. He learned that kindness alone was not enough. Sometimes, it was the willingness to confront one's own flaws and the legacy of hurt that truly mattered. Arlen, the storyteller intoned, had to learn that morality was not a straight line but a winding path filled with forks and cliffs. He stood before a choice, to save a life at the cost of many, or to let go for the greater good. As he wrestled with this moral dilemma, the villagers felt their own hearts pound in rhythm with his struggles. They felt the weight of each decision, the suffocating fear of making the wrong choice. With each twist and turn in the tale, the old woman's voice rose and fell, pulling the villagers into the depths of their own emotions. They could almost feel the dry heat of the sun beating down on Arlen's back, see the dust swirling around his feet as he faced the choice that could redefine him. The tension reached a fever pitch as Arlen, in a moment of despair, cried out to the heavens, "Why must I choose? Am I not allowed to save them all?" The villagers felt the sting of his anguish. They recognized their own moments of helplessness, where morality felt like an insurmountable wall. The storyteller paused, letting the silence settle heavily in the air. The flicker of the fire seemed to mirror the uncertainty of their own lives. Then she continued, her voice soft yet firm. In that moment of darkness, Arlen heard a whisper, the gentle rustle of the fox he had saved long ago. "True strength lies not in saving everyone," the fox said, "but in understanding the weight of your choices." A murmur swept through the crowd, eyes wide with realization. The old woman's words breathed life into the moral lessons that pulsed like a heartbeat in the story. They began to see how myths echoed their own experiences, how each tale held a mirror to their faces, reflecting their struggles, their triumphs, their fears. As dawn approached, casting soft hues of orange and pink across the cave, the villagers found themselves immersed in Arlen's journey. They learned that life was not merely a series of right or wrong actions, but a tapestry woven with threads of compassion, sacrifice, and the willingness to tread uncertain waters. The storyteller's voice trembled with emotion as she neared the climax of Arlen's tale. In the end, it was not the animal's trust that he earned, but his own understanding of what it meant to be human. He returned to the village, not with water, but with a lesson engraved in his heart, that ethics, like the myths themselves, were meant to guide, not confine. Each tale carried the weight of history, of lessons learned and passed down, a legacy that shaped the very fabric of their lives. As the fire crackled and the first rays of light broke through the cave's entrance, the villagers felt a rush of hope flooding through them. Each of them was a part of a larger story, a narrative woven with the threads of their shared experiences. They had learned that the ethics of myth were not simply tales told by a fire, but vital principles that could illuminate the darkest paths. Yet, as the morning light danced in, another story began to stir in the air, waiting to be told. What awaited them next would challenge them further, drawing them deeper into the intertwining of fate and choice, of morality and consequence. The cycle continued, the flame of stories never extinguishing, each flicker igniting the emotions bound within, each heart beating with the anticipation of what lessons were yet to unfold. In a whispering forest illuminated by the silvery light of a full moon, shadows danced playfully around giants of ancient trees, their gnarled roots entwined like stories waiting to be told. Here, echoes of a forgotten time lingered, carrying the weight of myths that have shaped humanity for millennia. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, hinted at the power these age-old tales held, not just in the past, but in the very fabric of the future. Legend had it that the ancients spoke to the stars, weaving their fears and dreams into the night sky, believing that each constellation was a guardian of their shared truth. These stories, passed down through generations, served as both a mirror and a guide, reflecting human struggles and aspirations with an uncanny precision. They spoke of gods and heroes, but more importantly, they spoke of humanity itself, our vulnerabilities, our courage, our relentless pursuit of understanding what it means to be alive. As night deepened, the air buzzed with energy, for every myth became a living thread in the tapestry of human experience. The tale of Prometheus, for instance, ignited a fire within the hearts of countless souls, showcasing the eternal struggle between defiance and consequence. How many times had a dreamer dared to reach beyond their grasp, only to face the harsh reality of their choices? The flame of that ancient story flickered in modern hearts, reminding them that sometimes the greatest gifts could also lead to the deepest suffering. It was a reminder that every leap into the unknown bears the weight of both hope and fear. In bustling cities and quiet towns alike, the echoes of ancient myths resounded. The hunger for connection, the quest for identity, each was a thread woven into the collective consciousness. Children listened wide-eyed as their grandparents recounted tales of Odysseus, of his trials and tribulations, and how they mirrored the long journeys each person undertakes, whether crossing oceans or navigating the complexities of their own lives. These stories forged bonds, linking generations, reminding them that the human experience was universal, transcending time and space. Around the globe, in homes filled with laughter and tears, old myths found new life. In the streets of cities pulsing with the heartbeat of modernity, the story of Pandora's box emerged, morphing into a cautionary tale about the consequences of curiosity and the resilience of hope. As it echoed in the minds of the young and the old, it became a reminder that despite the chaos and despair that life can bring, hope is an unquenchable flame that resides within. Each time a new challenge arose, the flicker of that ancient myth illuminated the path forward, empowering individuals to rise amid adversity. Woven into the very fabric of art, literature, and music, these ancient stories continued to inspire. Imagine a stage where the tragic fall of Icarus became a powerful anthem for those daring to soar, even if they risked falling. Or a canvas splashed with colors that told the story of Persephone, capturing the essence of seasonal change and the cyclical nature of life. Artists reached back into the well of myth, allowing their creativity to flow freely, breathing new life into tales that had once carved paths through the souls of those who had come before. As the sun rose on a new era, technology and mythology intertwined in ways previously unimaginable. Virtual realities emerged, beckoning people to step into the shoes of legends, to walk the paths once traversed by Achilles, to feel the weight of the world on Atlas's shoulders. With every click, every step, individuals found themselves not just spectators but participants in epic narratives where choices mattered and destinies unfolded before their eyes. These experiences deepened understanding, infusing age-old tales with relevance, making them pulse with fresh energy. Yet not all was light and hope. The darker myths, the cautionary tales of hubris and greed, also found their way into conversations about the future. The story of King Midas, who turned everything he touched to gold, served as a haunting reminder of the perils of unchecked ambition. In boardrooms and political arenas, as decisions were made that impacted the lives of many, the shadow of that ancient king loomed large. His tale warned of the emptiness that could follow blind greed, pricking at the conscience of those who sought riches without considering the cost. In the quiet of homes, discussions flourished about the consequences of our actions. The tale of the Minotaur, trapped within the labyrinth, embodied the struggles within, the battles we face with our own monsters. As society grappled with complex issues like mental health and personal identity, the stories of old served as touchstones, encouraging open conversations that bridged gaps and fostered understanding. People found solace in knowing they were not alone in their battles. Ancient stories gave voice to emotions that were often difficult to articulate. In schools, educators brought these timeless tales into classrooms, igniting sparks of curiosity in young minds. Students found themselves enthralled by the adventures of heroes, learning valuable lessons about perseverance and integrity. With every myth studied, they connected the dots between ancient wisdom and contemporary challenges. It was a powerful reminder that the past was not merely a series of old fables, but a treasure trove of insights waiting to be applied to the modern world. As twilight descended once more, the ancient stories continued to whisper through the leaves, weaving through the air like a haunting melody. The fire of mythology burned brightly, shaping humanity's path forward. Each tale carried the potential to inspire change, to provoke thought, to stir emotions long buried. The future, painted with the brush of ancient wisdom, had the power to uplift, to ground, and to remind humanity of the threads that connected them all, a tapestry of shared experience, a complex web of stories that transcend time. And as the moon cast its ethereal light upon the world, the myths of old continued to echo, creating a rhythm that intertwined with the heartbeat of the earth, pulling each soul closer to the timeless truths that would light their way into tomorrow.